test. I'm Groot. Ooh, that was quick, Jerry. Ooh, that was quick, Jerry. He's doing okay, I guess. They haven't been exactly doing the PT that she needs, and but I think they're finally starting to do something now. She has some pretty bad swelling in her legs that makes it hard for her to do PT, and I think they're finally going to do something about the swelling. I suppose their provider, I guess that's her on-site doctor, is supposed to do something. Talk to her today about it, so she's going to call me when that happens. And as far as the Medicaid, we're just waiting to get that switched over. I haven't been pressing any buttons until that gets taken care of, since they're not being paid. Hey, Dragos. It's mind-numbingly aggravating. It's just not having any control, not knowing what's going to happen. So, just got to hope they do the right thing. I'm Groot. Oh, man. Speak on the Stratasys stuff with Bamboo Labs? No. I heard Stratasys is starting to get nasty with their patents again. Send me the code when you get it. I'm on stream, so text me back, don't call. Patents are necessary, but this is just another way patents can be abused to stifle the market. I mean, isn't 20 years enough? I mean, you've had 20 years of exclusivity. Isn't that enough? I figured out what was wrong with this. I forgot to extend the start and end points all the way up, and now I've got to figure out why I'm getting an overlap interference. But I confirmed it by removing the interference points, and it threads in just fine. So now I just have to it's a nice good fit too, so I got the tolerances nice. I got no problem with that fit. And it goes in there nice and tight. That's a nice tight fit, nice and flush. That fits really nice. So now I just need to figure out why I'm getting an overlap interference problem. I mean, patents are necessary. I mean, if people can't profit from their intellectual property, then, you know, that makes things difficult, but there's got to be limits. We've got to figure out a way to apply reasonable limits. The system as it currently exists it's broken. Hang on a second. She must be asleep or have her phone on silent. Nice. Well, what you're going to find out is that going to these events is, well, it's rather expensive. Like, literally, the only one I can go to is the Denver Rep Rap Festival. And only because I don't have to get a hotel room. If I didn't have a friend there who let me stay at his place, I couldn't even go to that. Because you'd be looking at, $300, $350 for a hotel. But what you're going to notice is that the people are going to have to prioritize the events they go to. And so they're going to pick and choose, more selected. In the beginning, they're going to go to all of them, as many as they can, but then as finances become tight, they're going to have to pick and choose what events they go to. So they'll end up, well, okay, I can go to that one, but I can't go to that one. And that's just going to happen. So, looks like I need to be more careful in the car because I noticed this. There's a dramatic color difference in my hands, not on the bottom, but on the top. And apparently that's from the sunlight changing, darkening my skin. And so I got to be careful with cancer in that regard. Me and the sun don't get along. I just noticed the other day. I was working on something. I was like, what the hell? My two hands are a completely different color. Like, you can literally see that the one hand is many, many shades darker than the other hand. And the whole arm is the same way. You can see it all up and down my arm, the difference in the color. And so that's something I need to be careful with. Maybe I better start, even just driving around, I better start wearing a sunblock just to protect from the UV. I didn't realize it was, well, part of the problem is that when you get color on your skin over time, oh no, I use SPF 100, SPF 70. It's a really light, non-greasy. It's expensive as hell. It's Neutrogena, but it works very well. Hey, Big Bad Joe. Um, Something I discovered that most people aren't aware of is that the UV light that causes you to get sunburn and the UV light that causes you to get cancer are different. Um, I forget which one it is, but you even when you get color like this, you'll stop burning as easily because your skin is darker now, so it's better able to absorb the UV. But the problem is the bad UV that actually gives you cancer is it doesn't burn you. It just destroys your cellular structure. And that's what gives you cancer. So when you get color like this, it could actually make it worse because now you don't get sunburn, and so you don't pay attention to it as much. And when you don't pay attention to it as much, you get exposure to more UV. Yeah, UV. I think it's UVA that causes melanoma, and UVB causes sunburn because UVB is surface level, while UVA penetrates. And of course, most sunblock is most effective against UVB because that's what gives us sunburn. And so I need to start putting on a good quality sunblock because sometimes I just go and sit out in the car for hours. I'll park under a nice tree or shade somewhere and just relax, listen to an audiobook and stuff like that. And so I figured, okay, I got more color. I don't have to wear sunblock when I just go to the grocery store. That might not be a good idea. What I'm reading says I should, if I'm that susceptible to sunburn, I should probably wear sunblock no matter what. And just to stop the long-term damaging effects. But I saw some pictures of long-term over-the-road truckers who spend, hours and hours and hours every single day behind the wheel of the car. And of course, the left side of their face and arms, is exposed to sunlight from the window, but they don't get it on this side because it's inside the cab. And the difference in their faces and their skin and their arms is just incredible. So I'm going to start wearing sunblock more often. It's crazy expensive, but I probably don't need that much. All I got to do is spray a little bit on my face, and I probably don't even need it on my face. I don't see too big of a difference on my face. But although I haven't actually looked at that. No, it's not that hot here. I remember I live at 7,000 feet. Hey, Alden. No, I don't see a difference in my face. That's this side. Yeah, no difference in my face. Probably because I'm so tall. Um. Oh yeah, that too. But they said it was from UV. The study I was reading, I'll try to find a link for it and post it. But the study I was reading said it was from UV damage. And because they're inside of a truck, they don't wear sunblock. They don't think they need it. And just that slow creep from UV damage over time destroys their skin. And, so it's something I just need to worry about because I'm at 7,000 feet, so it doesn't get hot here, but it gets I have tons of UV exposure. Well, they can actually see the damage from the UV light. That's measurable. That's a known factor. If it was simply heat that caused it, then people in the tropics would be destroyed. I mean, you would see that damage difference, with people living in hotter climates. But if you look at people in Mexico and Venezuela, and Brazil, and you look at people in Egypt and Africa, they don't have that damage. Um, you don't really need too much in the way of OpenSCAD for vase mode. And as far as complex vase mode, like what I do, we haven't really figured out how to do that yet. There is somebody who was working on it, They figured out how to do a straight cylinder, but they haven't figured out how to handle in an automated fashion as soon as it's not a straight cylinder again. So, for example, doing these, no problem, but doing this threaded portion, doing this portion here, they haven't figured out how to do that yet. Just because it's not continuous, it's custom. Wonder why that doesn't sit right. There it goes. But I like how nice tight a fit that is too. That's a real nice snug fit. I want to put higher power motors in this model, so I want it to be a really strong model. The easy way to make vase mode strong is to use a bigger nozzle. Even just going from a 0.4 to a 0.6 millimeter nozzle makes a dramatic difference in the strength of the model. And if you keep the layer height relatively low, hey 3D Medic, if you keep the layer height pretty low, you can even squeeze, if you slow down your speed to like 75% speed, so you shouldn't go faster than 10 cubic millimeters a second with PETG. So if you lower that down to around 6 or 7 cubic millimeters, you should be able to squeeze 0.6 millimeter width out of a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, as long as it's a standard vase. You know, like printing a flower vase or something like that. I heard a weird sound. And you'd be surprised the dramatic difference in that thickness makes. Now the only reason I do weird things like this is because I don't want to increase the thickness. If I go from, sure, if I take this model and I go from 0.4 to 0.6, it'll handle any motor I want it to. I mean, you print something like this. I mean, look how much I can squeeze this. Look how much I can squeeze this. And it just doesn't go anywhere. All right, this is really strong. And now, if I made this 0.6, it'd be nearly indestructible. But the problem is, it'd be 50% heavier. Because if you increase with vase mode, if you increase the nozzle width by 50%, you increase the mass by 50%. The mass and the nozzle width are a direct linear relationship when you're printing in vase mode, because it's the exact same toolpath. When you print something like an object with a bigger nozzle, the other factors change. You don't need as many walls, you don't need as much infill, and so you can adjust things. But when you're printing vase mode, you need X number of meters of length, no matter what nozzle width you use. So the linear length of the toolpath of this model does not change no matter what nozzle size you use. It's fixed. Not the linear length of the filament, obviously that changes, but the linear toolpath length. And well, it's a matter of there's two ways to make there's many ways to make something stronger, but in the context of this and what we can practically do with a 3D print, there are two ways to make something stronger. You can add more material, or you can add more structure. By going the structural route, that's the whole purpose of this design inside the model here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. So you can see these little shapes that I have in here. The whole point of those shapes is to add structural strength without adding as much mass. And the result is I can make this part, weigh 100 grams, and it be just strong to the point where I can actually deform the part and it won't break. So I'm using engineering to make the part stronger. So the more engineering I can use to add strength, the less mass I need. I could probably get away with printing this with a 0.3 millimeter nozzle. And I might try it at one point, because that'll lower my mass 25%, which would be quite significant. Yes, this is vase. This is all vase mode. So for those who you may not be familiar with this, so to describe this, I figured out a way to make complex multi-surface structural designs that retain vase mode compatibility. The way I do that is, well, if you want to print a circle, you can't print a circle in vase mode, right? Because if you want to print a circle, you have to print the outside, and then you have to print the inside. And so that means you have to jump from inside to outside and outside to inside. You can't do that with vase mode. That breaks vase mode. However, you can print a C. Because now with a C, there's an opening here. So you can print the outside, and then you can print the inside, and then the outside, and then the inside without breaking vase mode. Well, all I do is make a circle that's still technically a C. There's still technically a gap here. And that gap is, well, 0.02 millimeters wide, so it can create a valid tool path. So now it can technically do the outside, move inside through that gap, do the inside, move outside through the gap, do the inside. And so I retain vase mode while printing a double wall cylinder. To add the structure between the walls, imagine this is the cylinder wall. Okay, so you have the outside of the cylinder wall, and you have the inside of the cylinder wall. And then you have your cut that goes through the cylinder wall. So imagine this is closed here. You print the outside, then you come inside, and then you print the inside. This is a wall, remember. Okay. Well, now all I have to do is to add some structure in here. All I have to do is put a cut in here like this. Except that cut doesn't quite reach all the way to the outside. It stops short like this. And by stopping short, I can now draw the outside, come inside, come over, go up, and then come back again. Come over here, go up, and come back again. Except what I'm doing is I'm going up just far enough that the tool path touches the outside. And when that molten plastic touches the outside, it fuses together. Now, one of the problems I ran into is, actually I can show you. If the fusion isn't correct, you can get things like this, where it comes apart like that. You can see I got all kinds of gaps here where it's splitting apart. And that's because the fusion wasn't quite close enough. The printer was under extruding. Yeah, so it's basically a C with a gap. And then I found out that this does not fuse nearly as well as this. So by having a long path fused together, you get a better chance of the part fusing. And so that's what I did with this. By having this shape, let's see if you can see that. Gotta wait till it comes up. Come on. There it is. So you can see it's like a little hourglass shape. Okay? And that hourglass shape is this is the outside wall, and this is the inside wall. And so that hourglass shape comes up like this, touches the top, and then comes back like this. And so it doesn't actually breach the top surface. It just comes right up next to it, forms the top of the hourglass, and then finishes the hourglass shape. And it does the same thing on the bottom here. So you have a little wide section here and a little wide section here. So now, instead of having this kind of a connection, which is what I get with this, I now have this kind of a connection, which is much, much stronger. It's also doubling the wall thickness at small intervals, which increases the overall strength of the model while not having to add an entire second wall. By doing the hourglass shape, this also acts as a spring. So I'm waiting for the stream to catch up here. So when I squeeze this, you can actually see that spring compress. And that little section of plastic in there compresses. And so that little hourglass compresses inside there, which acts kind of like a shock absorber, which makes this better able to handle shock. That's actually hurting. My normal vase mode models would sometimes crack when you did that. This is much, much stronger, while only adding about 10% more mass. And then the last problem I had is that the normal way that you would integrate this hourglass is just by cutting a line through it on the bottom. But the problem is that creates this kind of connection. And when you create that kind of connection, you get splits like this. That split is normally on the inside, but because I cut this from the outside, it's on that side. You can actually see that in here. Let me find one. Here we go. So you can see here, this line here. Watch. It's not connected. See how it broke free? See? Because it didn't fuse with the inner wall. That was under extrusion that caused that. Yeah, more surface area means more chance of fusion happening. So the way I got around that is with a yin-yang. So that, you look on here. So you look on here, you can see those little, make sure you can see that. There we go. If you look at the bottom there, see how each of those hourglass shapes has this little tail coming in like this? So you have the side of the hourglass like this, and you have this little tail coming in like that. Well, that tail moves this point away from the structural parts of the model. And also because it's a tail, now you have all of this surface area binding together. So now this entire model has 0 points that fuse like this. Every single fusion on this model is one of these. And that's one of the reasons why this is so just ridiculously strong. It's not super lightweight. It's not as lightweight as I can make it. I can make this half the weight using my other techniques. Yes. Actually, it'd be better if I bring it up in the slicer, because then I can show you a single layer. Yep, that's exactly what I did in Hourglass. Hang on. Let's switch over to screen mode. Okay. So the result is you get this. And now, because I have these MRS slots in, my inside to outside doesn't have to penetrate the outside surface of the model, because technically this slot is the outside of the model. So this one here is my bridge between the inside and outside that forms the C. So this here is one continuous tool path. There are no breaks in this tool path. In fact, let me turn on everything here. So you can see here, it starts here, and you can see that this little blob here, that's the start and stop point. And you can see there's only one right there. So this entire model is a valid vase mode path. So if I draw this nice and slow, I assume you guys can see the mouse cursor. Can you guys see the mouse cursor moving around? So what happens, let's say we start right here. Okay? So the tool path will come out here like this and go around this entire shape. It'll come around here. It comes inside here. Comes around here. Goes inside here. Comes around here. Comes inside here. And now when it gets back to here, you can see there's two paths here. So when it gets back to here, now it comes inside. And when it comes inside, it goes this way. This is actually two paths right here that slightly overlap. So now it comes in here like this, and when it comes up to one of these, it comes out here like this, out here like this, and as you can see, this is two tool paths that slightly overlap. It comes up here, fuses with the outer wall, comes back in here, fuses with the inner wall, comes back up here, and re-exits the yin-yang. And then it continues on around until it gets to the next one. And then it does the same thing. It comes out here, fuses with the outer wall, comes down here, fuses with the inner wall, comes back up here, exits the yin-yang pigtail, and then comes around to the next one. And it does this all the way around. There is a way to play animation, isn't there? Oh, it's going fast. It's not actually showing the it's not showing the this actually moving. Is there a way to make preview by line? There it goes. Here we go. This works. See, now watch it go around. See? It draws that one. Then it comes over here. It draws that one. Then it comes over here and draws that one. And all of this is one continuous, constant extrusion with absolutely no retractions whatsoever. This is actual vase mode. Wow, I didn't know I could do this. This is really cool. Now it's going to the outside of the model, because that was the yin yang that goes to the outside. Now watch, it goes all the way around, does this one over here. Comes around, does this one. Comes back around, and then it goes back to the inside again. And there it goes. Now it's back on the inside again. And now it's drawing all the hourglass interface shapes. And this is all continuous vase mode without a break. Yeah, I did it by line, and that's how we're getting this. I didn't know I could do that. That's really cool. Let's speed it up. You can see it just continuously draws the whole thing. And it just does this over and over and over again. All vase mode. It's all literally one continuous strand of filament from the top of the model all the way to the bottom of the model without a single break, without a single transition, without a single retraction, without a single travel move. It's a bit of work to do it, but once you do it, you don't have to do it again. You know, you just print the part over and over again. And the result is, let me stop that because it's probably taking up a lot of CPU power. But the result is you end up with a monolithic part that is continuous, and that's just stupidly, stupidly strong. I mean, just look how much I can squeeze this. Look how much I'm deforming it. There it goes. I finally broke it. I finally I cracked it. The shape didn't fail. I exceeded the strength of the plastic. The plastic itself failed. Which means the part did not structurally fail. The strength of this part is stronger than the strength of the plastic. So I had to exceed the strength of the PETG itself in order to break this part. You can see that because it broke across the layers. So the plastic itself failed. That's incredible. And then no, this isn't super light. This is about as well. It's maybe slightly lighter than conventional construction for a high power rocket. For a model rocket, this is heavier than a model rocket. But that's what the lighter methods are for. But this is supposed to be for high power rocketry, and so it's a different metric. And the strength is just, yeah, these are print in PETG. I can't use PLA. It just deforms in the sun. This might deform a little less because it's got so much structure built into it. But and this is still usable. God damn. I can't believe it took that much force, actually. That's actually incredible. And I think it failed at a transition point. No, it definitely not. Well, close, but it'll never be as strong as injection, but it's approaching that. But you couldn't injection mold this. No way. There's just, well, you wouldn't need to. You can make this a lot lighter with injection molding. Because injection molding is truly monolithic, you can get away with a lot less material. I could probably get away with a lot less material with this. I could probably, I'm doing 24 degrees between points. I could probably get away with 20. I'm sorry, 30. I might be able to get away with 30 degrees, in theory. But the mass savings is minimal, because the only thing you're saving is the mass of the hourglass shape inside here, which really isn't that much. No, not really. The ridging is, okay, Structurally, the layer lines make it weaker, always. No, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not a monolithic part. So the layer lines always make it weaker. But the fact that I was able to compensate with structural design, yeah, it cracked from here. That's where the crack formed. I probably had a finger. I probably had a finger right there. That's probably where the crack started. So this probably could handle more if I didn't have that break in the model right there. No, it won't make it more rigid. It'll make it less rigid. There's two factors for rigidity, and the layer lines at this thin of a layer, 0.2 millimeters, is not likely to affect rigidity at all. At least not enough to make a difference. There's two factors that I have to account for when building a model like this. One is easy. It's stupidly easy. And that's, people think it's the most important, and it's not. And that's flight stresses. The model has to be able to complete the mission. It's got to be able to launch, fly, and recover. And oddly enough, those forces are not that strong. Even with a big motor, it's really not that strong. The PETG has a tensile strength equivalent to plywood. So if I were to build this with similar wall thickness out of plywood, it'd be a similar strength. So even PETG is overkill for a rocket. It does not need to be this strong. It's one of the reasons why I'm considering trying a 0.3 millimeter extrusion. But there's a second strength test that these models have to account for, and that's this one, handling it. That's the human factor. Tossing this in the car, the kids sitting on it in the back seat of the station wagon, the dog running out the back of the van and knocking over the rocket. You standing the rocket up outside and it falls over onto the ground. The parachute dragging it across the ground when it recovers. I know what you mean. You're for example, when you can actually see that in one of my. Do I have the other models? I don't. In one of my other models, you'll see I put these little dimples in the side of the model to increase rigidity slightly. Let me find that for you. Hang on. I think it's this one. Yes. So you can see here, this is another one of my models, and you can see I have these little things on the outside here. You'll see what that does in just a second. Oh, that one's done. So you can see how I put these little ridges, these little shapes into the side of the model. The whole point of that is, in fact, to add a little bit of rigidity to the model, to stiffen it up a little bit, because I can actually show that to you. You can actually demonstrate this yourself at home. So take a piece of paper and it just bends. Okay? So, take that piece of paper and it just bends. But if we take that same piece of paper and we put some ridges in it, all of a sudden that piece of paper, my screen got twisted, here we go. We take that same piece of paper and now it's perfectly straight. I can even wave that piece of paper around a little bit and that piece of paper stays straight. And this is what's called, what do you call this? I call it structural reinforcement. You're using the shape of the material to add a reinforcement. All I did was put some folds in it. And now all of a sudden, this piece of paper can actually, it can actually hold some weight. I can actually start taking some mass and sticking it in here, and this will hold it up just fine. I mean, I could probably even put something like this in here. Yeah, look at that. I could take, big heavy mass like that, and the paper will still hold it. That's just the reinforcement that comes from adding some shape. The problem is the modulus of a rocket is this. The way a rocket wants to bend is this way. Okay, the rocket's not the rocket. The rocket can't bend this way. Okay, it's just not going to bend that way. That's not how it works. The rocket is going to bend over its length, and that's where adding this kind of a shape helps. So while the layer lines may add some stiffness, if it does, it's on a plane that's never going to affect the rocket. So it doesn't help in that regard. Also, to make a case in point, the ridges are going to behave like a polygon. And you know what happens when you take an octagon and you double it to 16 sides, and you double that to 32 sides, and you double that to 64 sides. Well, I can tell you what happens when you get to 64 sides. It looks like this, because that's 64 sides. So as you can see, this is not a circle. This is a 64-sided polygon. But if you add enough polygons to it, it starts to look like a circle. Okay? The same thing is going to happen with your layer lines. This is like a 4-sided polygon. If I keep increasing the number of folds, eventually the number of folds you have becomes so many that you're back to being this again. And then you're back to being weak again. Because the folds lose their effect. One of the reasons they have effectiveness is because they're so deep relative to the thickness of the paper. So by the time you add so many folds that you are 0.2 millimeters apart, you're the same thing as a flat piece of paper again. And any structural reinforcement you get is on a molecular level. It doesn't matter. It's not going to affect the macro scale. So you would have to have like 1 millimeter thick layers before you saw any tangible effect from having layer lines as far as increasing the rigidity of your model. The layers are just too thin. It's like the polygons that make a circle. Once you have a certain number of polygons, you in essence have a circle as far as your senses can determine. The same thing happens with the layer lines. When you that's why when you pour something into a 3D printed spoon, it behaves like a spoon. Because on the macro scale, that spoon is flat. On the micro scale, however, it's not, which is why you have bacterial growth problems. Hey, Frag. So no, you're not really going to gain any strength from the layer lines. Any strength you gain will be more than offset by the strength you lose by having layer lines to begin with. However, as long as you print slowly enough and the material is allowed to properly molten fuse together, the strength of the layers should exceed the strength of the material. And you'll see that because if you have a cold fusion, then your model will come apart like this. You'll bend it and it'll split along the layers. As you can see on mine split across the layers. Why can't I see that? Right. Mine split across the layers. You can't really see. There it is. You can see it there. So mine split across the layers, which means the fusion didn't fail. The material itself failed. And ultimately, you can't get stronger than the material you're made out of. No matter how much design or engineering, no matter how much design and engineering you put into it, you can't exceed the strength of the materials itself. Oh yeah, well because that's the moisture content is basically putting yeah, something people don't realize is that how does moisture that is in a solid filament affect the model? It's called air bubbles. You're basically putting microfractures all throughout your model. And the reason that happens is because your nozzle's 450 degrees, which is more than 2 times the boiling temperature of water. So when that wet plastic, oh, you can hear it. If, as a matter of fact, you know you have wet filament when you hear Rice Krispies. If you've ever had a bowl of Rice Krispies, you know the Rice Krispies is... You hear that snap, crackle, pop sound? That's the air escaping from the cereal as the milk pushes in. And you'll hear the same kind of sound when you're 3D printing with a wet filament. You'll be like, what the hell is that? And you'll put your ear into the printer and you'll hear that little snap, crackle, pop sound. That is literally the moisture in the plastic flashing to steam, because it's being raised from, 20 degrees to 200 degrees almost instantly. Or in Fahrenheit, it's being raised from, 70 or 60 degrees to 450 degrees instantly. Well, it boils at 212. Well, up here about 208, I think. Water boils at 97 Celsius here at my altitude instead of 100. And oh yeah, instead of having that nice shiny finish, well, the reason you have that shiny finish is because you have consistent layers. Well, if you have a layer that looks like this and you have a layer that looks like this, you're going to have a very big difference in shininess, because this type of layer is going to absorb more light than this. This is going to reflect more light, while this is going to capture more light. That's why fuzzy skin looks more matte than smooth skin. And so what's happening is you have micro blowouts, literally. You have micro imperfections and perforations all across the surface of the model. You're basically you're kind of sort of turning your model into foam, because that's kind of what foam does. Foam, when you have a foaming agent, you're introducing air pockets into the model, which makes it much, much weaker, but also much, much lighter. So your visual appearance is going to be softer, and your structural integrity is going to be shit. And especially if it's TPU. Oh god, the part's actually still pretty strong, but you can tell it's spongy from the moisture in it. And but all that has an effect. But PETG, for the most part, it's relatively immune to moisture as long as you get it from a good manufacturer and it's sealed. But it is hygroscopic. You can absorb moisture into PETG, and if you have a spongy, weak part, listen to it when you're printing it. If you hear that snap, crackle, pop, then you probably have moisture in the plastic and you'll need to put it in a dryer. I don't even suggest people use food dehydrators anymore, because filament dryers are actually cheaper than food dehydrators now. You can get a filament dryer for 30 or 40 bucks. That's cheaper than a food dehydrator, so just buy a filament dryer. Okay, the silk filament is completely different. Silk is actually substantially, and I mean substantially, stronger than PLA or PETG. Silk puts both of them to shame. Silk is so strong that if you tried to break a piece of it, it'd probably cut your hands before you broke it. It's silk filament is absolutely ridiculously strong, because the modifiers, what do they call it? Elastomers. The elastomers that they put in to give it that silky, shiny finish increase its toughness. So the most PLA and PETG is tougher than PLA, but PETG is weaker than PLA. So when you adjust for both toughness and strength, they come out about the same. PLA is actually a ridiculously strong structural material. I mean, I could print one of my blocks with 300 by 300 by 150 millimeter block using 1 kilogram of filament, about 950 grams. So we're talking about a pretty big brick using 1 kilogram plastic. I'm 470 pounds and I can stand on it. Not even put a piece of wood on it and stand on it. Stand right on top of the very loose 15% infill. I can stand. If you were at last Rocky Mountain Rep Rap, you saw me stand on one of my blocks. Like literally, I just put my foot on top of it and stood on it. And the damn thing held me. PLA is stupidly strong, but it creeps. Meaning if you take a PLA part and you apply a force to it and hold that force, over time the part will distort. That's called creep. And then PLA also has low temperature tolerance. And because, that temperature can be reached by conduction or radiation, even if it's not hot outside, the part can still deform if it's simply in the sunlight. Silk is stupidly strong plastic, but it has one absolute Achilles heel. It's the kryptonite of silk. It does not bond to itself. Silk is not brittle. Silk is not weak. It's one of the. It's probably approaching nylon in its strength. The silk is dumb strong, but it doesn't stick to itself. So when you break a silk part, you're not breaking the plastic. You're breaking the layer bond, because it does not fuse with itself well. You can actually take a silk print. If you were to take a vase mode print, something like this made of silk, if you could find the end of the silk, you could theoretically unpeel the entire print. I've actually done that. I've actually taken a little vase, that little faceted vase that we always print as a test print. I've unwound one. I've printed it in silk. I grabbed the end of it and I just went and unwound the entire strand, showing that it's all one big strand. And that's because silk does not bond well to itself. The elastomers that give silk its incredible strength, its incredible durability, and that nice metallic shine also inhibit adhesion. Now, there is a way around that. You do get bonding simply from surface area. And you can't just increase the number of walls. That's not enough, because each wall is basically an independent entity. When you try to bend the part, the walls will act together. But when it comes to layer bonding, each wall is an independent entity in that regard. So what you can do is use a bigger nozzle. That's it. You print a silk part with a 1mm nozzle, it's going to be more than strong enough. Because now, instead of having a 0.4mm width bonded together, you have a 1mm width bonded together. And that increase in monolithic bonding, meaning you're not going 0.4, 0.4, 0.2, you're going 1. That monolithic bonding, that wider extrusion path, is simply stronger. It's going to be 2.5 times stronger. And at that point, you've now become strong enough that during normal use, like if I were to print, my big ass juice container, the big giant version of this I made with the curvy front wall. If you were to print that with a 1mm nozzle like I did, even in silk, that would be strong enough to use. It would not come apart as easily as a 0.4mm silk print would. And that's one of the reasons why we can't use silk for model rockets. You can, if you can keep it out of the sun so it doesn't distort, you can. And the problem is going to be when it lands, when it hits the ground. Those layer bonds are going to shock and tend to crack. So the only real, and it doesn't matter temperature. I've printed silk at 260 degrees to the point where I'm cooking off the plastic. It helps a teeny tiny bit, but not much. The only real way to improve silk printing, there's 2 ways. In printing, by using a fatter nozzle. So print it with a 0.8mm nozzle or a 1.2mm nozzle or a 1mm nozzle. 2 things are going to happen. 1, you're increasing the layer bonding surface area from this big to this big. And 2, because the plastic is thicker, it's going to be less prone to bending and it'll be less prone to splitting. So both of those factors combined make the part more resilient. Now, there is another way you can do it externally. So if you really want to make something nice with silk, you can coat it. Now, you don't want to coat the outside because you're going to destroy the silk finish. But for example, you could get that Cerakote stuff, where you epoxy coat your 3D print, except you epoxy coat the inside. You put the epoxy resin on the inside, roll it around, get that resin all over the inside, drain off the excess, because remember, epoxy is exothermic, so you don't want it getting too hot. So if you epoxy coat the inside of the model, like for example, let's say this wasn't a double layer model. This is a double layer model. So this is made just like my rockets are made with 2 layers. If this was a single layer model, I would put the epoxy on the inside, fully coat it, drain it, let it dry. And now the epoxy would act as a scaffold on the inside and keep the layers from coming apart. It would also make it more temperature resistant, since now you have the temperature stability of the epoxy holding the part together instead of just the plastic. Well, no, if you have that much resin in there, you're probably going to ruin the model. A proper vase mode print is going to be open on one end, so you just drain it out. Remember, a proper vase mode print is it's open, so you just don't want to get epoxy on the outside because you'll mess up that nice metallic finish. But that's what I would do if it was really important. If somebody really wanted it printed in silk, especially some of those smooth transition silk filaments that just really nice, or those the double or triple split filaments, so it's a different color from different directions. If you wanted to do that, then just epoxy coat the inside of the model, and that'll give you the strength you need. Another thing you could do is if you don't need to see the inside of the model, if the inside of the model doesn't matter, expanding foam. Get some nice 2-part expanding foam and very gently fill it. You don't want to fill it too much because, again, it's a 2-part resin. It's exothermic. It's going to make heat. And that's the one thing you don't want to do in a PLA model. And so, for example, if you were printing something that, for whatever reason, you needed to use vase mode, or it was vase mode compatible, then you might want to print it with no bottom and then print it in vase mode. And then you just flip it over. You very slowly fill it with expanding foam, just a little bit at a time, so you don't get too much heat. I would even go so far as to possibly dip it in an ice bath, so that as I put the expanding foam in, it didn't overheat the plastic. And then just fill the whole thing with expanding foam. And then you smooth off the bottom and you're good. And now you'll have a model that has the rigidity of the foam inside to keep it together. And it's not going to be compatible with everything, but that's just different ways that you can do to, if you really want that look. Because there are some models where that silk just looks amazing. It just looks ridiculously good. And so there's ways around that. I was happy when I found out they make transition PETG rolls. The problem is some of the PETGs that are out there, they're not all the same. PETG is, what is that? Polyethylene triglyceride? Is that what a PETG is? But the formulas aren't all the same. And the problem with that is that, well, some are, like atomic filament is my preference because they're American made and they have incredible colors. And I freaking love this pink. This pink is just ridiculous. It's such a nice color. And then you got the blood diamond red that's just gorgeous. This is some sort of a graphite, gunmetal graphite or something like that. But that's the glycol is what PET is actually really hard to fuck with. It's a nasty material to print with. It's a pain in the ass. The glycol modifier is what makes PETG usable. It makes it calms it down basically. It makes it much more stable, but also weaker. But there are plastics where even printing this way, doing this would crack it in half, just because the plastic itself is more brittle. I've gotten PET Gs that just crack in half when you bend them. They just have no strength. And so there's different formulas for PETG. And these guys have got it down good, while some of the no-name brands don't have it down very good. So I'm hoping one day to get Atomic to make some transition rolls. I would love a transition roll that transitions between this pink and the blood diamond red. That would be nice. Actually, even though I hate dark colors, a short transition roll between this graphite and this pink would be hot as shit. That would be nice. And The But anyway, the only way to know is you got to buy a roll and test it. So I'll buy a roll, I'll print a model, and then I'll test it. I'll squeeze it, I'll bang it, see how strong it is. And if it's tough enough, then I'll use it. If it's not tough enough, then I don't. I use it for other stuff. But for my important models, I try to stick with atomic just because it's good stuff. Because sometimes, like for example, atomic doesn't have transition rolls. They don't have transition rolls of clear PETG. And I really like that. I printed a big model. It's destroyed. It got wrecked. I have to reprint it. But I printed a big ring fin model that was just gorgeous. Just came out so nice. And that's all you can do. Oh man. At least I'm done being on the phone for now. For like a week and a half, I spent nothing but spend 7 or 8 hours a day on the phone, just waiting on hold, going through systems, and that's all done now. So until the next step, when they tell me what I have to do next. But what are you gonna do? But yeah, you can see some of the problems that I encountered in this model. This is where I was experimenting with adding shapes. So there's diamonds, there's some spread diamonds, there's some ovals. This is one where I added the NAR logo. And the problem is this point right here, that point right there is too much of a point contact like this. And so what happens when I do this, all those points just break. And ever since I started doing the hourglass with the yin yang pigtail, no break. You saw how I squeezed this until the material itself broke, and none of my joints broke. So my joints are stronger than the plastic itself. You can't get better than that. That's actually telling me this is actually a thing that exists in rocketry. If you're serious about rocketry, if you're just a high power flyer who just wants to fly models, this doesn't really matter. But if you're more like me and you're more on the engineering side of things, this is too strong. This is way too strong. I could make this substantially weaker and still have it complete the mission. But I also have to balance the strength needed for handling this and tossing it in the car. But from an engineering point of view, this is massively overkill. But for this purpose, I want this to be a little overkill, and because I want people to be able to basically print, nice, lightweight, structurally sound, high-power rockets at home. And right now, it's a little expensive. It's $10 for 1 meter. So it's 100 grams. No, wait a minute. Is it 100 grams or 200 grams? How much was that? It is. It's 96 grams for 200 millimeters. Okay, that's not bad. That's not as bad as I thought. That's 500 grams per meter. So per 1 meter length of rocket, you will need. Oh, I didn't show you that. I went into the slicer to see the prediction. To show you what I was looking at. I see here it's 96 grams. So it's telling me I'm going to need 32 meters of plastic, 96 grams for 200 millimeters in length. That's that. I was thinking double that. So my math was off. I was doing times 10, but it's actually times 5 because it's 1,000 millimeters for 1 meter. So I need 5 segments to make 1 meter, which means it should be 200 grams per 400 millimeter part, which means a 1.2 millimeter body tube will be 600 grams. And then you add another 400 millimeters to the nose cone. You'll have a 1.6 meter rocket, and I should be under a kilogram. That's not bad. So that means you could print an entire rocket for 10 bucks. Not freaking bad. Not freaking bad at all. I'd like to make it lighter, but the reality is a 1.6 meter rocket, that's, what is this, 4 inches? Yes, a 1.6 meter rocket that's 4 inches in diameter that can fly on any goddamn motor you want to fly it on at around a kilogram. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's find out how let's see. Let's see, Aerotech. Here we go. So an initiator. I guess you guys should be able to see this. So here's an initiator. That's their basic starter rocket. It is 1 meter long. It is 2.6 inches in diameter. I'm 4 inches in diameter. So let's look at a 4-inch rocket. Can I just do a search for 4-inch rocket? Let's do a search for Aerotech. Here we go. Mustang, Arcus. These are all lightweight. These are small rockets. Oh, that looks like a bigger rocket. Let's see here. Nope, still 2.6 inch. All Aerotech kits are 2.6 inch. Here's a 4-inch rocket. So this is a 4-inch rocket that's 3 feet tall. That's less than a meter. So I'd be looking at around 600 grams if I were to make one that was 3 feet tall. No, that's about a meter. Yeah, and I'm doing that 1.6 meters. So I'd be about, maybe, let's call it 700 grams. What is the flight weight? Weight, 907 grams. So yeah, I'd be lighter than a conventional construction rocket. I'd be around 600 or 700 grams. This rocket's 900 grams. And that's unreinforced. That's a plain cardboard tube with, I'm guessing, plywood or injection molded fins, injection molded nose cone. That's a 4-inch airframe that's 1 meter, just under a meter tall. And I'd be looking at, let's say I did 3, and that's 600. No, that's the. I'd be a little bit taller than this rocket if I did 4. That'd be 1.2 meters, and I'd be 600 grams. So I'd probably lose 100 grams by shortening it, and then I would gain for the fins and the interior structure. I'd probably be around 700 grams, maybe 750 grams. I think I could do it around that, which means I would be 200 grams lighter than the Sumo rocket with the same strength or better. I would probably have increased flight strength, but decreased durability strength, toughness. So it'd probably come out about equal. And this is actually a meter. It's 39 inches. So that's actually 1 meter. It's just shy of a meter. So yeah, I could make a 4-inch airframe using this technique, and I could duplicate this $120 rocket kit, and you could print it at home for $10, and you'd have plastic left over. You could buy a single kilogram of plastic for 10 bucks, and your model would be at or lighter than this model, the same exact size as this model, and cost 1/12 the price. The only thing is, it would be about 1/10 the price, because you would have to, this would include a parachute, and this would include a motor mount. And on my model, you would have to buy the paper motor mount tube that would go inside here. That would be paper, so that would cost you another $6. So for less than 20 bucks, you could make this model at home using a 3D printer. In fact, you could buy your first model would cost you $140. It would only cost you 20 bucks more than buying this model. because you can buy an Ender 3 Neo for $119. And then $10 for a roll of filament, if it doesn't come with it. It might come with it, but I don't think so. $10 for a roll of PETG, and $6 for, well, $12 for the body tube. You would then cut in half. So you'd get 2 models out of it. But you would still have to buy the $12 tube. But either which way, you're looking at less than $20 per completed model. And that includes the price of the printer. I mean, that's pretty hard to beat. That's hard to argue with. I mean, I think this potentially is the future of doing kits. And I could design this to be a single piece with the fins already built into it, printed all as one piece, so I can make that sumo model literally a 4-piece rocket. You'd have 4 printed parts, 1 printed motor mount, and a paper tube, and that would be the entire rocket. You'd print 4 pieces. You could print a sumo in one day if you had 4 printers. You just send a part to each printer, and you could print the whole rocket. And now you would need a CR10 sized printer. You would have to print it in more pieces if you used the Ender 3 Neo, because you could only print 225 millimeters tall. So you'd have to print 4 of these sections in the nose cone section. So that's 5 pieces plus the motor mount, so that's 6 pieces. But if you had a CR10, you could do it in 4 pieces. And it would be lighter, because you wouldn't need so many interstage pieces to connect all the parts together. The 4 tubes would require 3 pieces to connect together, while the 2 tubes would only require 1 piece to connect the 2 parts together. Because you need a coupler to join each of these together. And but one of the advantages of having the modular fin design is if you break a fin, you can unscrew the part and replace the fin. If the model lands hard and you shatter a fin, it'll cost you $1 to print a new fin, and slide that fin in and you're done. And well, the mass savings, mass is a direct linear correlation to strength. One of the reasons I'm trying to use structural engineering to make the model stronger is so I don't need to add more mass. But there's a limit to how far you can go with that. At some point, you're adding mass, because your limitation is the strength of the material itself. No matter how much structural engineering you add, you can't make it stronger than the material itself. So the idea is to get my design as close to the material strength as possible. That's why this design is technically overkill. This design is stronger than the material itself. Well, it has potential to be. Because the design didn't fail, the material failed. But that's what you want. You want the material to fail, because that means you are as strong as you can be, while also being light. Because in this case, okay, let's be realistic. I mean, a lot of people want to make lightweight rockets so they go higher, but come on. If you're putting a K550 into a model, and you take a 500 gram model and a 1 kilogram model, the difference in altitude is irrelevant. I mean, yes, your altimeter is going to show the difference. You're going to go higher in theory, unless you're below optimal mass. If you're below optimal mass, you might actually... Okay, here's something else people don't understand as well. There is an optimal mass for a rocket for maximum altitude. It's not simply... If you make a rocket too light, it'll actually go lower. And that's because most of the flight is unpowered. When a rocket flies, it's not like a SpaceX rocket where it's for 12 minutes as this thing boosts itself into orbit. Your typical a K550 burns for 1.2 seconds, I think, if I remember right. It's 1.2 or 2 seconds or something like that. Oh, whatever it is. Let's call it 2 seconds. Your rocket motor burns for 2 seconds, but the flight is 22 seconds long. Not really. It's let's see. If I use a 6-second delay and a 2-second burn, That means the flight's 8 seconds. Okay? So for 75% of the flight, you're coasting. So it's burn for 2 seconds, and then the motor turns off because you've burned all your fuel. Now you're just coasting on all that energy you added when you lit that motor. If your rocket's too heavy, you're not going to get going as fast as you could have gone. Okay? And the faster you're going, F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. So the more acceleration you add, the more force you have, the more inertia you have, the higher you go. However, you can also go the other way. If your rocket's too light, well, the moment your motor turns out, a retrothruster fires. What retrothruster? It's called the atmosphere. The moment your motor turns off, air drag begins to slow your rocket down. Your rocket begins to decelerate because it's pushing against the air. And every time it hits an air molecule, that air molecule transfers its momentum to the rocket, and the rocket slows down a little bit. Well, the lighter your rocket is, the less energy it takes to slow it down. Force equals mass times acceleration. So your optimal force is going to be some mass number that's greater than 0 but less than super heavy. And if you have a rocket that's too light, it'll slow down too fast. I had this problem with my GER glider. I built a 20-foot long rocket glider, and then the Aerotech factory blew up. So motors became scarce, and I couldn't get the correct motors for my rocket, so I had to try to use a cluster, and I couldn't get them both to light. And when both motors didn't light, the rocket made it 25 feet off the pad. It's higher than that, but it looked like it. Because the model was so lightweight relative to its area, and it produced so much drag that the moment the motor burned out, it basically put on the air brakes and stopped. So it's also possible for a model to be too light. I don't know if that's the case with a 900-gram model. I'm guessing 900-gram model is probably over the optimal mass, especially the 4-inch airframe. I'd have to run some sims. We have software we could run to simulate it. Just start adding mass and see if it goes higher or lower. Start taking mass away, see if it goes higher. At some point, you're going to take mass away, and you're going to notice you're not going as high. Now you're too light. You're below optimal mass. So there's a balance point there. So my primary purpose in these models, in using less material, is not really to make the model lighter. It's to make the model cheaper. And as a side effect, using less material also makes it lighter. I don't actually care about mass. As long as the mass is similar to the conventional construction, I don't really care. For me, it's about bringing the cost low enough that it makes sense. And in this case, it does. Ford, let's see, a CR10 costs $1 a day to print with. So if you spend 4 days printing 4 parts, you're going to spend $4 in electricity. You're going to spend about $6 in plastic. So that's $10. Then $6 for the body tube. That's $16. Call it $4 or $5 for a cheap parachute. So you're looking at $20. If you buy a larger parachute, let's call it $25. So if you buy a premium parachute and including the electricity, you're talking about $25 to build one of these. I call that a pretty good deal. Especially if it's similar in strength to this model. I mean, I don't know about you, but I call that a pretty good deal. Rocketeers are one thing if they're not cheap. At least I am. But, yeah, and plus it's customizable. Want to make it longer? Print another section. Want different fins? Print another section. And then there's even ways that you can sacrifice some strength to make it lighter. Or if you don't care about strength, you might want to intentionally make the model heavier. If you want a nice high power, low flight at like a school field or something like that. So you want to put it up on a G motor, but you don't want it to go too high because the field's small. You make the model heavier. Now it's not going to go as high, and it's going to look good. The kids are going to love it. And that's why we'll usually fly a big, fat, high drag model for a demo flight, because it's only going to go a few hundred feet up, 500 feet up, 600 feet up. So it's not going to leave the field. And of course, that lower flight is more exciting to kids because they get to see, hear, and feel the whole thing. I mean, I think my favorite rocket flight was called Skull Crusher or something like that. It was basically just a tube with a cone for the fins, and it had like a ring on the outside. I think the ring was mostly for strength, not for aerodynamics. And then it had a skull for the nose cone. And it flew on an M motor. Big motor. We're talking about the engine is as big as this rocket. The engine is as big as this rocket. And I think it was a 98 millimeter motor, so it literally was. This is 100 millimeters. That's not the rocket. That's the motor. You're talking, $300 to $600 for one motor. And so this is a motor that's capable of pushing a rocket 20,000 feet up, and this thing didn't clear 2K. I don't even think it cleared 1,500 feet. It was just, and you can actually feel, if you've ever been to an air show where they drop the fire bombs on the field in the old days when they used to do that, and you can feel the boom, 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 boom in your chest as the bombs went off. When this M motor went off, first you could see all the fire, you could see all the smoke, and you can feel the in your chest as this motor just and pushed this giant heavy rocket into the air, 1,200, 1,500 feet up. That was probably my favorite M motor flight I've ever seen in my life. Because most of them it's just. Where is it? I don't know. It's that itty bitty speck up there. But this model, you got to watch the whole damn thing as this thing went up right in front of your face. It was awesome. To me, that's what rocketry is about. That's fun. And at least for crowd pleasing, that's fun. And once you've seen one rocket go, you've seen them all go that way. I mean, it all looks the same at that point. They all become a tiny little speck. Most of the time, you can't even see the model. Like, the model's gone. It's already disappeared. All you're seeing is the smoke trail behind the model. You can't actually see the model anymore. And that's not as much fun to me. I want to see the whole thing. I want to watch the whole thing. My favorite was my level 2 flight was one of my favorite flights because it was a K550 motor on this lightweight, super fat, high drag model, and you got to watch the whole damn thing. It didn't just vanish into the sky. You could clearly see the entire rocket through the whole flight. And to me, that's far more entertaining. It's far more enjoyable to watch. And to each their own. Some people they're like motorcycle riders. Why do motorcycle riders do 140 miles an hour down the highway? Because it's an adrenaline rush. Do I want to get on a motorcycle and do $160 going down Interstate 40? Yes. Will I? No, because I don't want to die. My fear of death exceeds my desire for adrenaline. But I could see the thrill. I get it. I understand it. And let me tell you, doing 150 in a car is not the same thing as 150 on a bike. I mean, it's not the same thing. Well, yeah, there's plenty of starter kits. Hang on. Let's see. First of all, who would I order from? Do you just want to fly or do you want to build? Like, do you just want to start off with flying, or is your kid into building stuff? Because you can get basically ready to fly models if you just want to get them into the flying part of it. You want to build. Okay. So you have balsa machining. Who else? Well, Estes is good too. So, first of all, if you order anything from Balsa Machining, he has these amazing 9-inch parachutes with snap swivel for $3 each. You don't have to build parachutes. It's amazing. It's just, I have like dozens of these because I hate making parachutes. So being able to, pay $3 and have a nice quality nylon parachute is just awesome. Oh, you can micro center. Yep. Yes, they're called what's called RTF, ready to fly, or ARF, almost ready to fly. So let's see, what does he have here? Kits. What does he have? Oh, you can't see them. He doesn't have pictures of any of these? I thought he had some of this stuff. I guess he doesn't. E-rockets. He's a good one too. Here we go. So erockets.biz. Can you see this? Did I switch? No, I didn't. Okay. So this is eRockets. I know this guy. He's pretty cool. Let me give you that link. You have that. Now, of course, Hobby Lobby, Micro Center, different stores have these as well. And then you have, if you want to order, you can order direct from Estes as well. And if you want to get into larger rockets, you have this one. This is for the larger kits. Okay, so eRockets is a good small business. Estes Rocketry is one of the major producers of model rocket kits, and Aerotech produces the mid-power, high-power rocket kits. So Estes, you can see all of their kits. They also have mid-power range kits as well. So for example, this here red flare this is a starter kit. So this would include the launch pad, launch controller, all that stuff. This is basically a ready-to-fly rocket, and this is also a little larger. It flies on D and E engines, and it's 2.6 inches in diameter. So it's a little bit bigger. It's not going to, disappear out of sight. You're going to get a pretty decent flight, a D engine on this. The problem with the small rockets is they disappear. They're harder to hold on to. And the bigger rockets are just more interesting. And this is only $40. This is probably just the kit. This is probably not a starter set. But you can see here, this is this is what I would call an almost ready to fly. So you do have to actually build it. There's your motor mount and your sleeves to mount it into here. Your fins are plastic, but you do have to assemble it and glue them together. So it's not a complete plastic ready to fly rocket, but you do have to do some assembly. Then you have rockets like Semrock makes some nice rockets and clones of older kits. Here's the same red flare. You got scale models, of course, but you can also get stuff on Amazon. So you do a search for model rocket starter set. In fact, let me get you a link. So if you decide to buy one, I can get credit. I like getting credit. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. So here is an Amazon affiliate link. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. That's required wording by Amazon. But for example, this is not bad. Something like this, because you get 2 rockets. And I think one of those is one you have to actually build. I think the Crossfire you actually have to build. I think this one has a plastic fin unit. So you have a really easy to build one, and then you have one that takes a little bit of work to build. But this is a launch set. So let's see, do you get anything? What do you get with it? Does it come with engines? Yeah, see, this one's plastic. You do have to build using CA glue. But the nice thing is it comes with 2 models. Does it come with motors? They used to come with motors, but shipping restrictions might have changed that. It says requires an Estes engine, so they don't come with motors. If you buy a starter set at the store, read the package. A lot of the times the starter sets will come with motors. But more importantly, it comes with the launch controller, and the launch pad. And it's a nice little way to get everything you need to do basic, schoolyard launching. And something like this is light enough to launch off of this. The only thing you might need to put a 3/16 inch rod on there. Just buy a music wire rod, 3/16 inch. But yeah, that's a nice, slightly larger kit to play with, and it's not a bad price. And it's an intermediate. It's in between full-on balsa wood construction while still having easy to align plastic parts. So there's a little more building involved, but not hardcore yet. Not as hardcore as some of the other kits. And then if she likes it, then you can go more into building kits. Let's see here. Ooh, why does it keep... I hate when it does that. I hate when it jumps. I think for shipping reasons, they don't include motors with the online ones. But I think the ones you buy in the store might still come with motors. You'll have to check. This one's kind of a fun one if you have a place to store it. It's the Mean Machine. It's 6 feet tall. It's just a really big rocket, really long. And it also doesn't go very high. So you don't have to worry about chasing it down. That's a great one to hang up in your room if your kid likes hanging up their models, because it's really big. You notice it when you walk into the room. Let's see here. Yep. Micro Center's pretty good with that stuff. Let's see. I'm trying to look for a nice basic kit that's not plastic. This is a copy of my rocket. I did this originally. I took 2 gnome kits and put it together. Actually, I can show you. If it's still online. Did I ever fix that? Yes, I did. Okay. So this, I think I have pictures of it online. This is back in 1998 when I built this. I'm pretty sure I have pictures of it here somewhere. There it is. You can see right here. I took 2 gnome kits, and I took the fins off of one and took the ring off of the other one, and I glued them together, and I called it Double Trouble, Double Gnome. So I did this in 1998, and now they have this. It's basically the same thing. It's pretty cool. Let's see. What else? Stay away from rockets like this, unless you're going to put quarter A or half A motors in them. These rockets just vanish. You never see them again. They're gone. This is nice. This is actually a really nice model. If you want to get into more intermediate, especially if she's pretty good at building stuff, it's just a beautiful model. It's just very pretty. It's got a nice fin design. Is it a multi-stage? This might be a multi-stage model. Or is it single stage? Yes, this is a 2-stage rocket. So there's a motor in the bottom here, and then there's a motor in this upper part here. And so this motor fires, and when it's done and burns out, then this motor fires. And if you were to put a streamer on this with like a C11-0 and a D12-0, or a C11-0 and a C11-3, it wouldn't go super high, but you'd still get that 2-stage action. And this has balsa wood fins, so you actually have to assemble it, sand it, paint it. So if she gets more into it, this is a beautiful between intermediate and advanced. It's also larger. It's one of the nicer, more affordably priced Pro Series kits. It's a model I want. This is a really nice model. And let me add that to my list. But this is it's beautiful. It's a pretty model. And let's see, anybody have any pictures of it? Well, now see here's some of the problems you have. Well, I can see why you named this rocket so long, because it blows up and you never get to use it again. Dude, it sucks. It really sucks when a model blows up, but that's what happens with rocketry. You're dealing with you're dealing with something that's just shy of a controlled detonation. And well, sometimes they go boom. That happens. It really sucks when you see someone put 1,000 hours into a model and the damn thing literally detonates. Like, boom. Hi, kitty. That happened at Narum this year. I got some good pictures of it. A guy he has to have 1,000 hours into the scale, little Joe, and it gets 50 feet off the pad, and it's like a fucking hand grenade. It just detonates. It's just boom, gone. It sucks. It hardcore sucks to see that much work go into a model and it literally explodes. Um, but that's rocketry. That happens. Here's that so long. But yeah, Micro Center is a really good place too. Um, sometimes keep an eye on SDs too, because sometimes they have good deals. They'll have a sale. You know, spend a certain amount, get free shipping, or spend a certain amount and get a discount every now and then. Also, get your free catalog. It's nice drooling over the catalog, and you will drool. Um, Another good rocket is the Dured Max. That's another good one. So they have multiple versions of this rocket. They have a small version and a larger version. So there's a Pro Series version and there's a model rocket version. Let's look on the SD site. Here we go. So here's the model rocket. So that's going to be your smaller rocket, and then here's the Pro Series rocket. So you know can you see that? No, you can't. So here's the model rocket version, and here's the Pro Series version. This is a very popular kit. It's just got nice stickers, nice color layout, nice fin design. It's a fun model. This one here is the model rocket version. So you're looking at where is it? Here we go. So this one's 16 inches long and it's 1.6 inches diameter. You can see it's plastic nose cone, paper tubes, balsa wood laser cut fins, decals. It's really nice. And then you have the big one. This one is same thing basically. It's the exact same rocket but bigger. So this one's 30 inches long with a 3-inch diameter. Much bigger nose cone. It's got the centering rings. They're all paper, laser cut balsa wood, decals. You know, this is more of a build it. Now, it's not as hard to build as you think because it's got through the wall fins. So there's tabs in these fins. And those tabs go through these slots in the tube. And those tabs actually glue to the motor mount in the middle. And the result is the rocket is more integrated. It's a it's called through the wall fin construction, much stronger. This one here, the fins glue onto the surface of the model. This smaller rocket is actually more difficult to build than this bigger rocket. These fin tabs make this rocket goes together almost like Legos. It's very nice. You get motor retention. So you just unscrew that, put a new motor in it. So I mean, in fact, if you wanted to go that route, I'd go with this. It'll fly on an E16 4F15, max altitude 1,100 feet. I'm assuming that's on the F15, so it should go a lot lower on the E16. Flight weight 400 grams, and so it's a decent size rocket without being huge. You know, it's only 3 feet tall, not even 3 feet tall. It's 30 inches, so it's 2.5 feet tall, and this is a nice model. And you can see it's light. It only takes an 18-inch parachute. And but yeah, I would definitely go with this instead of this one here, just because this is so much easier to build, while also being larger and more fun. And you could probably get away with flying this on a smaller motor, especially if you build it light. Let's see if anybody's done that. That's not what I wanted. I want to see if anybody's flown it on the D12. Here, there's even an assembly video. So this guy will actually walk you through. This is the second part. He'll actually walk you through, like here you can see the motor mount going in, and how the fins slide through.
On their own, that's okay.
It looks like he reinforced the fins by laminating paper on them. There's also upgrade kits you can get. Here we go. Here we go, Launch Lab and E-Racks. Ah, come on. That one, that one. Here we go. So if you really want to beef it up, these are upgrade kits you can get from E-Rockets, and this one is Launch Lab. So what it is it gives you plywood fins and plywood centering rings to replace the balsa wood fins and cardboard paper centering rings it comes with. You don't really need this to fly this on E&F motors. This is plenty. Although the plywood fins are nice just because they're more durable. But for people who want to put bigger motors in it and fly it on higher power motors, there's upgrade kits like this available for it, and it's only $15. So you're probably talking $20 to get it shipped. But yeah, there's so many options available. Here's another conversion kit, $19. And is that with shipping? Plus $6 shipping. So the same thing. You got your laser cut plywood fins and your centering rings to allow you to. You can see here's how it looks constructed. See how the fin the outer body tube would be here. So you see the fins actually go through. They glue to the center tube and they lock into the rings. It's just all how it makes it stronger. And they even have a mini Dured Max. But again, there's so many designs available. eBay, Amazon, Micro Center, directly from Estes. And this is my first NARM when I went to a NARM in Muncie, Indiana in 1998. Next year it's going to be in Muncie, Indiana again, but I can't go. There's no way I can justify a trip that expensive that far away. I just can't do it. These are some of the models that I made back then. And, but you find it on Estes and then check Amazon and eBay, see if you can get it cheaper, or see if Micro Center has it. Order a catalog, that'll be fun. It's nice looking through the catalog. And they even sell the Dured Max parachute separate. Nice. Wow, they even have a shirt. Yeah, I bet you they don't have a big size though. They never have big sizes. Hey, they have 4X. Oh wow. Of course it's out of stock. Yeah, just the 4X is out of stock. Of course it is. But yeah, it's fun. They're big. It's the same prices on Estes. It's probably shipping from Estes, as I don't see Prime. Yeah, October 16th, so it's probably shipping from Estes. So at that point, you might as well order it direct or see if Micro Center has it. Let's see, Micro. Excuse me. Go away. Hate when it does that. Yep, here we go. Not too much on the website. They do have 12-inch nylon. No, that's plastic. Forget that. And not too much on their website. So for example, here's a starter set. Does it come with motors? No, it doesn't. Jesus, stop it. So it looks like they don't include motors with the starter kits anymore. They used to, but you could just buy a pack of motors. It's like $8 to $10. But start off with motors on the smaller side of what they recommend. So like this here's is B44. I'd probably even put a B42 in something like this. Just to keep the altitude low. So to, oh, A83, perfect. Yeah. But that means it's a small rocket. And trust me, they're going to have more fun with a larger rocket. But yeah, it's fun. And then if she gets seriously into it, then you can get into the larger stuff. So you have Quest model rockets. Aerotech bought Quest. And so here's all the Quest rockets that you can get. Let's see. Tube fin rockets are nice. I like tube fin rockets. This is their version of Estes' Big Bertha. They call it Big Betty. And then you have the Aerotech mid power. So here's your 2.5-inch rockets. And these are your larger rockets. They're closer in size to something like this. But they're instead of being this big around, they're more like this big around. And so they're easier to hold, easier to manage. They're not going to fly out of sight, if you use a smaller motor. And but yeah, the Big Red Max is always very popular. It's reasonably priced. $55 for a 2.5-inch larger mid-power kit is not a bad deal. I don't want to say for sure it'll fly on a D12.3 until I hear somebody who's done it, but I suspect it probably will. But I bet you it'll fly on that E15 or E16 just fine, and it won't go super high. But it's just a nice, fun model. Oh, rocketry's fun. It's nice because it's a if you want to go high, you need money. I mean, when people ask me how high does it go, the answer is how much money do you have? Because there's a direct linear relationship between dollars and altitude. But there are so many things to do in rocketry that don't require money. For example, you have this. Here we go. So it's a little on the expensive side, but it does come with the camera. You can do this a whole lot cheaper if you want to build it yourself. But this is $69, and it's a rocket that comes with a camera. So you literally stick that camera inside that custom nose cone, the rubber band holds it in place, and you turn it on, you press a button, turn the camera on, and it records video of the flight. So you stick the camera in there, and then it's a USB drive. When you're done flying, you turn it off, you plug it into your computer, and you download the video. So this will actually record video of your rocket flying. And it actually, this is what I would call an E2X kit. So it has these plastics, so you glue these two halves together, and the fins snap in to the rocket. You don't even have to glue them. So minimum amount of glue, plastic cement or CA is enough to put together. Don't use plastic cement. While the plastic cement will work on these plastic parts, it won't bond very well to the paper parts. So use CA super glue, not the dollar store super glue. Buy Bob Smith or Zap or some quality CA glue, and I would use thick, not thin. Thin is a pain in the ass, and when it gets on you, it burns. Because when it cures, it's exothermic, so use thick. And in fact, if looking super pretty isn't important to you, I use the CA. It's rubberized. It's not expensive. $20 for a 2-ounce bottle. That's a decent amount of glue. You'll build dozens of models with that. Would you please give me my link? Thank you. Nope, not there. Here. So this is the glue that I use. I like Starbond, good company. This is medium thick. I usually use extra thick or medium thick, and it's black. Now the reason it's black is because it's got ground up rubber inside of it. The reason that is good, as you can see it here, it's black. The reason that's good is because CA is brittle. And by putting rubber in the CA, you do two things that are extremely beneficial. One, it's now tough, so it's not likely to break. It's not going to shatter like CA can shatter. Number two, it's black, which means you can see it. Clear CA you can't see, especially if you're using thin. Let me tell you, one time I had thin CA. I didn't realize it came out of the bottle faster than I thought it was, and it ran down my arm, and then I went, sprayed it, and it's like, because the CA running down my arm cured, and it gets really hot when it cures. And you can actually sometimes even see it smoke when it cures because it gets so hot. And so the black CA is, number one, rubberized, so it's much, much tougher than regular CA. And number two, you can see it. Because it's thick, it's not going to dribble. And because it's black, you can see it. So you know exactly how much you put on, and you don't have to put too much on. And so yeah, I prefer the black CA, the rubberized CA, and but that's why it's black, because it's rubberized. And something else that's handy is accelerator. I prefer Bob Smith's accelerator. If you're going to build a lot of models, you buy this. This comes with a bottle of thick CA and a bottle of accelerator. And then after that, you buy this. And you just use this to refill this little bottle. Sometimes they have a kit that comes with the black. Here's one. That's expensive, though. That's a lot. But it comes with thick, black, and spray. But Starbond also has this kit. You get 2 ounces of black medium thick CA and a bottle of accelerator. But even though I like, I haven't tried Starbond's accelerator. I'll have to have them send me a bottle of accelerator and see how good it is. Because I prefer the Bob Smith accelerator because it doesn't stink. Most of the accelerators you get, they reek. Oh god, they smell so bad. This actually smells pleasant. It smells like maple syrup or something. It actually smells really nice. So I prefer the Bob Smith. Also, different accelerators are different strengths. The Bob Smith is one of the weakest accelerators available, and contrary to the way that sounds, this is a situation where you want a weaker accelerator because the only difference it makes is how fast it cures. Like, for example, avoid Zip Kicker. Zip Kicker is an aerosol CA accelerator. It actually foams up the CA. It cures it so goddamn fast that it turns it into a foam, makes it weaker, and makes it brittle. While the Bob Smith, you spray it on. It's, first of all, it's not aerosolized. It's just a pump. And when you spray it, it almost doesn't even do anything right away. You spray it and then you blow on it. And you actually get to watch the glue skin over. And it smoothly skins over and it cures a little bit slower. Now, when I say slower, I mean 5 seconds instead of half a second. Okay? It's still really fast. It's still basically instant. But it's much gentler. And doesn't compromise the strength of the CA so much. And it doesn't reek. So yeah, and if you're going to build a lot of models, you can buy a big bottle of the black CA from Starbond. You could buy a big giant bottle. So that's a 2-ounce bottle. They used to have the big bottles on. I don't see it. They used to have like the big 16-ounce bottle or 8-ounce bottle of black CA. They probably still do. Is it in here? $16-ounce. Yeah, there you go. So you can get the 16-ounce kit. This is if you're going to build a lot. Like if you go, okay, we're going to build 20 models this winter. Well, then you buy a big bottle like this and you save some money. And what you do is you put that big bottle in the fridge. And that slows down because CA goes bad over time. It eventually self-cures. So after a couple of years, it's no good. It gets thicker and thicker and thicker till you can't use it. So you put it in the fridge, slow it down, you refill your smaller bottles. And you see, I've purchased this before because when I was building models, I go through a lot of CA. And you'd be surprised how little you need. And even if you want to use conventional construction, like you want to use wood glue, because the strongest glue you can use is wood glue. Believe it or not, one of the strongest glues that you can use is like Type Bond or Gorilla, or well, be careful with Gorilla because some of their glues expand and you don't want that. But you want Elmer's or Type Bond. Avoid Gorilla. Well, here's the thing. Wood glue, you're looking at about anywhere from 5 minutes to 10 minutes before it becomes tacky enough to hold. And you're looking at 30 minutes to an hour before it actually dries. 24 hours for a full cure. However, here's the cool trick. So, here's how I build my model rockets when I want to use wood glue. Because when you're building balsa on paper, wood glue is your strongest. There's nothing stronger than wood glue. I'm trying to find a good picture to show you so I can show you what I'm talking about. Let's see, I need someone putting a fin on the model. Here we go. That's good enough, I guess. So, do I have you visible? No, I don't. So here you can see they've glued the fins on. They've used wood glue. So here's what I do. I use wood glue to build a model. Wood glue is also dirt cheap. And because wood glue infuses into the model itself, the wood and the paper, it's stronger than the parts. So what I do is I use wood glue to glue the fin on, just like you see there. Except here's the trick. Here's the magic trick. I put a little drop of CA right there, and I put a little drop of CA right there. and then I spray it with accelerator. Those 2 little drops of CA insta-cure and hold the fin in place, so now you don't have to worry about the fin moving while the wood glue dries. It is such an awesome technique. I was just looking at my glue one day. I was sitting there. I was like, instead of using a clamp to try to hold this fin on the model, what if I just use glue to hold the fin? And that's exactly what I did. I put the fin on. This works especially well with through-the-wall fins that have tabs, but it works for any fin. I put the fin, all the glue along all the edge of the fin, put the fin in place, a drop of CA at the leading edge, a drop of CA at the trailing edge, spray it. The 2 little drops dry instantly, hold the fin in place, and now you can even stand the model up on its fins. Because those 2 drops, as long as you don't push on it too hard, those 2 drops of CA are more than strong enough to hold it. And I can even just stand the model up and just walk away and come back in a couple hours, the wood glue is dry. And the fins don't move because those 2 drops of CA held it in place. It's fantastic. And you use hardly any CA. You can use that little 2-ounce bottle of black CA and build 50 models your entire build season, all using wood glue and the little drops of CA to hold it in place. It's wonderful. Oh, God, it's wonderful. I use it for tube fins. I use it for everything. Wood glue, put the parts together, drop a CA at the front, drop a CA at the back, accelerate it. There you go. Now it'll hold itself in place until it's done. And it is wonderful. Matter of fact, when I do my first model rocket build video, I'll make sure to make a video explicitly for that, for the gluing technique, because it works really, really well. It also works great for 3D prints. PLA, I either use something like Gloop or I use epoxy. For small PLA parts, CA. CA works fine, especially the black rubberized CA. Just remember, it's black, so you're going to see it. So if you don't want to see it, you're going to want to use clear. But if you can put the glue where you're not going to see it, the black works great. Again, it's rubberized, so it's tough. But yeah, CA or epoxy, or if I'm mating 2 large surfaces together, I use Gloop. Because Gloop actually is a cement. It actually chemically bonds the 2 parts together. But for Gloop to work, you need a clean mating surface. If your mating surfaces are not quite clean, like there's gaps, Gloop's not going to work. But if you got a nice, clean, flat mating surface, Gloop is absolutely the best. Otherwise, epoxy or CA. And sometimes with my models on, and the longer the epoxy, so 2-hour epoxy is far better than 5-minute epoxy. Isn't it? It's fast. It's hard to work with because it goes fast. It sets off, it flashes quickly. But man, if you get those 2 parts mated together properly, they're never coming apart. That's it. They're never coming apart. It's like wood glue on paper and balsa. It cements the parts together. It is stronger than the actual plastic itself. But yeah, I got my Gloop cup. They gave me one of the Gloop cups. I was like, I need one. And he says, okay, you can have one. There are misprints. The scale is wrong. The whole thing is 500 milliliters, not just there. But yeah, I love that. I had to have that. But yeah, Gloop is it's dark magic. There's something evil going on there. Not quite as witchcraft as nanopolymer. That nanopolymer is just pure witchcraft. They've got a pot with frog legs and lizard eyelids going somewhere making that crap. That stuff is just amazing. I still have not had to reapply on my CR10 SE that I've been printing these parts on. I still have not had to reapply the nanopolymer. It's still going. That stuff is amazing. And I'm printing directly on aluminum. I'm not even printing on a print surface. I'm just printing on an aluminum bed. So it's not going to stick if it wasn't for the nanopolymer. That stuff is... there is a link in the description. I don't even know if it's an affiliate link. I have no idea. I'm going to assume it's an affiliate link. I don't know if it is. I don't care. That stuff is pure evil. I see the nanopolymer guys going by at the show, and it's like... it's witchcraft how that stuff works. It is literally the only thing that has kept my 1 kilogram blocks stuck to the bed flat. Yeah, I saw that. The cooling fabric. Cryo grip. From ByQ. So what's special about it? Zero heat? Well, you don't need heat for PLA. Will it do PETG? Yeah, it's for PLA. That's not hard. Building a room temperature build surface. Well, it says and PETG. Now that's interesting because one of the problems I'm having is paying for electricity. And running a 3D printer doesn't cost very much until you have to use the heat bed. The heat bed takes all the electricity. Now, I want room temperature bed temps. I'd be willing to try that. Oh, PLA 30 to 50, PETG 50 to 70. So you still need the heat bed. I'll have to see what the power consumption difference is. Because if it actually lowers my cost in half, that's still worth it. And it's magnetic, so I should be able to slap that onto any magnetic surface. It doesn't cost much. I mean, it's only $20. Yeah, but only free shipping if you order 3. Huh. I'll have to think about that. Let me bookmark this. Star. No, it looks like some kind of textured surface. The question is durability. How long does it last? If it's something you got to replace every few months, that's not really worth it. If I get, if I can get a few hundred prints out of it, then it's not so bad. And it is also double-sided, so you get double the runtime. So even if it wears out after, say, 50 prints, you can flip it over and use the other side. Because if I can get 100 prints, that's 20 cents a print. That's not too bad. That's a lot cheaper than the electricity. Hmm. Now this Cryo Grip Pro, what's the difference? Nice. I'm betting a texture has a lot to do with it. That the texture is allowing a mechanical grip. Does this one have better temperatures? Same temperatures, 50 to 70. But yeah, being able to print at 60 instead of 80 is a pretty big deal. Yeah, texture, rough texture is a better grip, yeah. See the temperature difference? There's almost no benefit to using the smooth, but there is a benefit to using. And the PLA is room temperature. 30 degrees is pretty close to room temperature. Hmm. And it only requires water and soap. Nice. I'll give it a try. I'll see if they'll send me one. What's the lifespan? And you're not damaged by removing hot. That's interesting. There's not really a benefit for Pet G between the Pro and the standard. Yes, there is. Better grip. Not by much, though. Huh. Definitely something to think about. I mean, the ROI is less than 2 months. Not bad. That's definitely something to consider with an ROI that short. Sorry I didn't show you that page. Because if it saves me, well, if it saves me $20 a month in electricity, which probably more like $15. So the ROI is about 2 months, which is really not bad. Well, I don't have the money to buy it right now. I have $0. Zero. So I can't buy anything. But I'll definitely. Oh, I'll ask him. Worst they can do is say no if I ask him to send me one. I got to see if I can put it on my printer. I think my Ender 3 Max has a magnetic bed, and I got to see if it'll take a 200. I use whatever printers happen to be on the desk right now. That's the Chiron, the Q5 from FL Sun, the longer LK5 Pro, the my Sapphire from Two Trees, my CR10S, SE. I'm still using the Odin Fucus F5. Those are the ones I currently have running. I don't use them all. I right now I'm not printing anything because oh no, I can't afford a bamboo, and they're not going to send me one. So that's dead. That'll never happen. Not for a long time. I just can't afford it. I have no money. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to pay my $300 car insurance bill next month. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to pay that. But the money I make doing this is barely enough to pay my electric, phone, water, That's all I can do. My eyes are getting better. You know, the problem is still there, but the Tylenol is working. It's been 2 months now, and I've had no problems. As long as I keep taking the Tylenol twice a day, my eyes don't bother me. So as long as that keeps working, I already asked them. They said no. And yeah, I already asked them that. They said nope. And um, yeah, this is the design I'm going to use from now on. It's strong enough. I just got to get this motor mount working correctly, and once I have that working correctly, then I'll be able to I'm gonna try. I'm putting all other models on hold, and I'm gonna just get this working. And the other advantage of this larger surface area design is that if your printer's a little off, it'll still work, and that's important. If you're on my Patreon, you're going to get this for free. This model is going to be for sale. It's not going to be available for free, but if you're on my Patreon, you'll get it for free. And I'm probably going to sell that probably 15 bucks, maybe 20, depending on how nice it comes out. And because I mean, every time you spend $10 to print one, you're saving $100 on what a comparable model would cost you to print. So if you're a rocket guy, that's a big deal. And the nice thing is I can also sell fin kits, so you can change the design without having to print a whole new model. You'll be able to just slide the fin out and put a new fin in. And so I can make different designs. And so I'm going to work on that too. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Actually, making a version of that so long would be pretty cool. Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. I can make a version of this with the slot all the way the length of the whole piece, for the long fin and for the short fin. Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. Yep. You mean a rocket kit? Not yet. I'm pretty close to the only one that I have enough testing on that I feel safe saying go ahead and fly this is available for free. If you want to reward me for it, you can always send me a PayPal. Hang on, I'll show you. I'll get a link for you. There should be a printables link on my website, Nerys.com. Really? I hate this authenticator crap. I guess it is a good idea, though. And it's really not that hard to use. I guess that is a pretty good idea, actually. Hang on, I'll show you my model. My profile, 3D models. I did make an ST's Explorer 1974 nose cone. That's available. I also made the ST Satellite SDI. Oh, can you see this? No, you cannot. I also made the Satellite SDI nose cone available. I have some ways to print out parts you might need. Big Bertha Lock 4 nose cones. Flying Saucer I made available. Where is my rocket kit? I have the Explorer Aquarius available. So that's 115% scale of Explorer Aquarius. It's one of my favorite models. That is not flight tested, but it should fly fine. And here is the 3D printed rocket. So this is this rocket, all 3D printed. And it's got the nice little spiral cuts. The only thing is the instructions are a little off. You want to put a full-length paper tube in here. So you want at least 20-25 inches of paper motor tube on the inside. But otherwise, that is one that is reasonably flight tested. There you go. So if you want to try a 3D printed rocket, if you use a transparent PETG, it even looks nice just to hang up in your room. It's just a really, it's a beautiful design. It came out really nice. And but these are all vase mode printed parts, very lightweight, and it flies well. And the only non 3D printed part is the parachute and the motor mount. That's it. Everything else is 3D printed. So there's the end where the motor mount screws into. This inside view is like something out of James Bond. I love that view. Looks like something out of a James Bond movie. And here's a picture of it flying.
Okay, Steve is up on pad 3 with a rocket, I think is hammer. On F-32. This is completely 3D printed. This is a first flight prototype. This is heads up. We have continuity. Steve, we're flying in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're showing nice and straight.
And that's it. It flies great.
We have an event. May not have a chute.
He had a recovery failure. That was his fault. He packed the chute wrong.
Yeah.
The rocket itself was fine. Yeah, that model actually works. It's a good design. I have instructional videos on how to assemble it, how to print the test part, all that. You can get all that from the printables. So, I mean, that one was for a contest, so it's free. Again, if you like it, send me a PayPal. Or Zelle. Zelle's nice because it's free and no taxes. But that came out really nice. I like that model. And once I get more of these working, the problem is I kind of went crazy designing models, and I have like 30 designs that I put together, and the problem is I need to test them. So I'm going to concentrate on this model because it's something that I know will work very well. It's more than strong enough. And so I'm going to concentrate on getting this going. And once I have a few people flying it, then I'll start branching out to other models. And, but yeah, go from there. Alrighty. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? I'll contact BuyQ, see if they'll send me one of those plates. And the worst they can do is say no, right? And oh man. Yeah. I don't know, just Maker World? No. Is that a Creality thing? Isn't that Creality? Maker World. Maker World Beta. What is this? I never saw this before. Ah. Well, I don't have a bamboo printer, so no. I couldn't put anything on here because I'd have no way of testing it. You know, there'd be no way to verify it would actually work on a bamboo. One thing I can tell you, you definitely do not want a high-speed print these parts for the rocket. Strength is more important than... Ooh, cat exercise wheel. Really? Oh, that's cool. You definitely do not want to... You definitely do not want to fast print these parts for the rocket, because if you fast print, there's a chance you won't get proper fusion. I'm looking, this is interesting. Can I just download? Oh yeah, I can download STL CAD files. Ah, you gotta log in. Really? 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 I hate when they require an account. You might as well make one. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Create an account. Well, if you're going to put models on a bamboo site, it's probably a good idea to make sure it prints on a bamboo, or people are going to get upset. Of course it's in here. Quad 613. You gotta let me move the damn thing. Don't just stop me, dumbass. I already said this. Just there. Hey, drone shots. I definitely want this. Download all. Now, let's see if they did it right. No, they did not. Okay. So this is something that, for some reason, Thingiverse has perfectly right, and that nobody else can seem to get right. So do you see what's missing from this file? I guess this is not important for end users, but it's important to me. It's important to... I think it's important. Let me show you what I mean. Ooh, download all files button. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. Let's see. Show in folder. Watch this. Do you see what I have here? It has the files in the files folder. If there's any images, those are in here. These are WebP images, so of course they don't load. But also this here. So this tells you the license, who it's licensed from, and how it's licensed. So Creative Commons Attribution. Okay, what that means is I can use this commercially. As long as I provide attribution, I can sell this. Okay, so now I have the license that says I can do that. But also, it has a link to take me back to where it came from. So I can drop that into here, and it'll take me back to this page. So that 2 months from now, when I've forgotten where the hell I got this from, and I want to give credit to Findersteel 2098 for making this model, I can do it. How the hell am I going to find this again? I mean, this is a unique enough search that I probably can find this again. Although, can I? Yeah, there's only one. So that one I could find. But like this one here, if I do a search for dummy, Now this one just happens to be noticeable, but remember, I'm not going to have this picture. I'm going to have no idea that this thing is an orange, little dummy robot. Is it that one? 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 Now this one's pretty distinctive, so it's obvious. But there's a lot of things where there might be 10 different things of the same damn type of thing. And it would be nice if because printables, I think printables has the same problem. Let's see. I definitely want to print this. This is cool. Let's see. Let's see. Download. Download all model files. Oh, that's got something. There's a PDF. There you go. That works. Okay, PDF works. So this wasn't in here before. This is new. Now, see here? Commercial use allowed, sharing without attribution. So as long as I attribute the file, I can even remix this. And so I know I can sell this commercially. So if I had a use for this, I can do that. But also, just I can give credit to the person who made it. And oh, it's clickable. It's active. So here's the print. Okay, so this is not bad. Oh, see, this is good. This is even better than Thingiverse. It's a copy of the original page, so I can even make my video without being online. So if printables is down, I still have everything I need. Here's the summary. Here's the different files it comes with. At least one picture. And I can either go to the person who made it, or I can click View in Browser and load up the actual page on printables. And there it is. This is fantastic. That's even better than Thingiverse. That wasn't there before. That's new. They added that recently. A year ago, that was not there. Well, of course, if I sell the actual prints, I have to provide attribution. So what would be simple is if I sold you it, the receipt or the little note card that it came with would have saying, model designed by, Squin on printables.com. What I would do is I would put this here, at Squin, because I'm guessing if I type at SQUINN, yeah, see? It brings up all the models by Squin. Okay? So that's providing attribution. And to me, and same thing with the file. If I were to sell the file as part of something else that I was building, then the instructions that come with the file, I would obviously include instructions for, print this, print that, do this. Let's say, for example, here's a good example. Let me show you. Let's see, my designs. So, for example, I made these. Okay? These are printable D-links that I made. Okay? And you can see I have these licensed under Creative Commons Attribution. So commercial use is allowed. So let's say a model, and I remixed it from this. Okay? Technically it's not a remix anymore, but I kind of had to build it from scratch because this model really wasn't usable for me. But because I got the idea from this model, I'm still giving him credit. Well, if I were to sell at a model at a, let's say, well, let me give you my example. So let's say you are Lock Precision Rockets, and you want to sell a 3D printed rocket kit. And instead of designing your own D-Link, you want to use my D-Link because it was freely available. Okay? And so they decide, okay, I'm going to include Nerese's D-Link. Let me say that, let's say I'm selling a rocket kit, and this D-Link was made by Locke, okay? And what I would do is the instruction booklet that came with the kit, at the bottom of it would have attributions. Places where I got things from, for example, this. And it would say, D-Link used with attribution, Nerisse, thingiverse.com. So that you can go to thingiverse.com and type in Nerisse and you'd be able to find me. And that would be enough. If I were to sell a model at a show that had parts in it used by someone else, well, I would have a little note card, like a little receipt card, like a little tag for each one. And that would, when you bought it, I would give you that card as well. That would not only tell you where my website was, but it would also include the attributions if I had to do that. And because they deserve credit, they made the model. You should give them credit for it. So, for example, if you were to sell a belt buckle, if you were to sell a belt, you were to sell somebody a belt, clothing belt, like you were to make handmade leather belts, and you used this buckle. Well, the receipt I would have at squinprintables.com on the receipt, for the belt buckle design. I would do that. Because it's fair, it's right. He's being nice enough to allow this to be commercially used. The least you can do is give him the attribution he asked for. And it's required. That's part of the license. So whatever you have to do, you're violating the license that you agreed to when you downloaded it if you don't. But yeah, so that's great. That's fantastic that they include the PDF. The PDF's even better. I like that even better than the text file. The text file is more than good enough, but this is great. This is like overkill, and it's awesome. Yeah, I like this a lot. So Bamboo needs to do that too. Include something like this, even if it's just a text file. I kind of wish Thingiverse would just combine these into one file. So here's the name of the file. Here's the name of the author. Looks like it looks like this is a remix as well. Is that also a remix? Oh, come on. Really? Let's go here. Because I noticed two names there. Why is there two names? I don't get that. Oh, that's the name of the file. Dummy 13 by Sousaphone. That's literally the name of the file. It's not two identities. I think he's crediting somebody in the name of the file somehow. That's just a weirdness, okay? But point is, here's the name of the file. Here's who made it, where it came from, and then a link back to where to go see it. And to me, that's fantastic. This is even better because if the printables file gets deleted or taken down, I still have this. And this still shows the license that was in effect when I got it. So I know that I could say, nope, see, this was commercial use allowed when I downloaded this file, so I'm allowed to use this. And but this is nice. I love this PDF. That's great. It'd be nice if printables, Thingiverse could do that, but the text file is good enough. I just wish they would combine it into one text file, but that's just nitpicking. The reality is it's not a big deal. But the Bamboo has nothing. It just has 3MF files with no text or PDF or attribution. And it'd be nice to see that. So here you got the README and you got the license. And I'm guessing these are supposed to be images. Yeah. So they load in View, but they don't load in Explorer. WebP image extension. Nope. Because it's annoying that I can't see WebP image. It's kind of annoying. Yep. Okay. Still not working. I'll figure it out later. That's annoying. What about the bamboo project itself? What's that mean? Where is that? I don't have the bamboo slicer installed. Little pumpkin critter. That's cool. A way of using one of those round lights to create decorations. That's actually really cool. Now, is this where you buy the lamp and then you install these, or is this the whole lamp? Oh, you actually build it. Okay. Oh, really? Well, first I want to get this. This is kind of cool. And I also bet you I can just buy a ring lamp off Amazon and then just scale these the appropriate amount. Wait a minute, there's no CAD files? Well, 3MF is available. That's annoying. How do I get it? I wonder. That's actually kind of a cool idea. I have no use for step files, though. Not quite the kind of ring lamp. And expensive. I could build it for a lot less. Wait a minute. RGB neon strip. Yeah. See, RGB, I could change the color. What I need is shorter. Let's say I wanted to print one 12 inches. Let's say the inside area is 11, which would be 5.5. Let's do 300. So that would be, let's say, 140 squared times 3.1415. So that would be, that's area. I don't need area. I need circumference. I don't need the area. Pi times diameter. That's easy. So 3, let's call it 280. Times 3.1415, I think it is. So 879. So I need 800 millimeters, so a 1 meter strip or smaller. These are all huge. I need tiny. Um, 879 divided by 25.4, 34, so I need 3 feet. $10, I can get a white one. They don't make well, I can do the basic white one for $10, and then I could print everything else. But an RGB one would be nice. Because then you could change the colors to match. But I want a high density one, not this low density crap. I want a high density like this. And preferably neon. That's where it's side lit with these covers. I'll keep looking. I bet you AliExpress will have something. Ooh, individually addressable. Programming would be a pain in the ass, but it'd be fun. That's just a strip, though. Which way, that'll be fun. Yeah, I definitely want to play with that. And I could probably make it cross-compatible with this. Huh. Do they have other ones? Rubber powered. Hey, I wonder why I never thought of that. Put a rubber band motor on a paper airplane. I never thought of that. Oh, that's cute. And a wind roadrunner? Oh, that's awesome. That's cute. Careful, you put 7 of those together and Elderwood will come after you. Thunder in Paradise. You guys remember that TV show? I missed that show. That was a fun show. So doesn't he have any other designs? Here's some more designs. Oh, that's cute. A Nyan cat. Oh, that's pretty too. He's got some nice stuff. Oh, that's cute. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing? This guy's got some cool stuff. Paper airplane catapult gun. Nice. Oh, that's pretty. That's it? He doesn't have any more designs? I like the Boo Cat. That's cool. See, I don't like the fact that it doesn't... it should download as a zip file. I hate when it downloads the files directly, because that makes it damn near impossible to find who you got it from. That's pretty cool, though. You know, I never tried to 3D print a propeller, like for a rubber band airplane. I might have to try that. Abby the Tabby Cat. Oh! Oh, he's got a couple of them. Yeah, the problem is it's very hard for me to make prints like this, because you really need a multicolor printer like a Bamboo. Otherwise, these are very difficult to do. Really? The cat dressing up as a dog. Nice. See, that's the problem, though. If you don't have a ooh, that's pretty. If you don't have a Bamboo printer, this is very difficult to do. Now, I might be able to modify it. You know, print one color at a time. But by the time I'm done, you basically have a new file. Well, the thing is, yeah, I guess you're right, but I guess it's something specific to me. because I make videos, so I want to give credit to the person I got it from. Good luck giving credit to these. A week from now, I will have no fucking clue where these came from. Because they're just 3MF files. There's nothing there to tell me where it came from. There's nothing there to tell me who made it, where it came from, not even what site I got it from. There's no chain of custody. There's no way for me to find out where it was. And that makes it difficult. Well, HueForge outputs an STL file. That's all it is. It's just an STL file. That's cute. Acorn container. That's nice. Spider. Oh, wow. That's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. Wow. In downloads on your browser. No, you can't. You can right after you do it, but a month from now, forget it. You'll never find it. You'll never, a month from now, 2 months from now, you'll never find that in your download history. If it's still there, mine clears it every 30 days. That's actually nice. Especially if you print it in primary pastel colors like that. That's actually a nice design. Not bad. Nice and simple. Oh, now that's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea. Have you checked out any of the multi-board stuff? No. Where's multi-board at? The Forbidden Rose. Where is it available at? That's a cool bowl design. Articulated Garfield. Wow, that's pretty. Is this one of those where you print a bunch of different pieces and they all slide in? I think it is. If that's what I think it is, that's really cool. Does he have other ones? Like sister and brother and... That's nice. There's a dad one. There's the mom one. Well, using a lot of filament is okay if it makes it durable. Oh wow, some of these are really cool. I like these multi-layer mandala kind of things. That'd be nice to have a sister and brother version. So where is these here? Multi-board 3D print. Let's do the search for that. Thangs. And threadboards.com. Oh, I see. Okay, you print this as the base, and everything attaches to it. And this is threadboards. I see. It's just different wall organizing systems. Wait a minute. I saw him, I think. Was he at the Rocky Mountain Maker thing? I think I saw somebody doing this twist lock thing. No, that was a Mars thing he was working on. Oh, cool. Somebody finally made a new version of this. Nice. Ha ha ha! Cute. When you hook something onto the headlights open. 3DP Mom on what site? Etsy Printables. Okay. Ah, it folds up inside. Ooh, rockets. Oh, cool. The extendable thing is the rocket flame. That's pretty neat. Yeah, no, this is her page. See, 3DP Mom. You guys can see, right? Yep. You said there was an apple? I didn't see an apple. Oh, that might be cool. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I'll download that. How detailed is it? Like, does it have all the corrugations? Like, just how detailed is it? I'll have to look at that more closely. I'd like to print a really big Saturn V, but only if it's really detailed. Cat scratcher wall mount. I should probably make one for my cat scratchers. That's pretty. Now you see, you should be able to use any of these for that LED lamp. You just scale this however big you need it, whatever diameter you need for your thing. A life-size dummy 13, nice. Be careful. They have cameras designed to detect dummies. people buy sex dolls and they've tried that, and mannequins and crap like that. And yeah, they actually have cameras designed to detect that. So be careful. That'll get you in trouble. Now that looks very printable. That looks very printable. I don't like slides very much, but you know, we'll see. Kira sucks, so. Brick tissue box, that's pretty cool. Actually, I know someone who would like that. See, I love seeing stuff like this. Game Boy Advance battery cover. This is great when people do stuff like that. Special edition Jack Skellington. I know someone who would love that. Yeah, I gave up on Kira. A zoetrope. Cool. That's cool too. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Failed to parse 3D model. Uh-oh. Well, isn't that interesting? It doesn't work. What the hell? Okay, that works. Not yet. So I should be able to export this. Export STL OBJ. But I probably lose the multi-component. Yeah. Yes. Now, can I separate this? Mesh. Separate connected surfaces. Oh, yeah, that's not, I broke that. Oh, there's the... Oh, yeah, it's all separate. Yeah. Okay, so probably what I'd have to do is, first of all, not download FreeMF anymore, since they're broken. If it doesn't work in all slicers, it's broken. I don't want to try their slicer. I don't have a bamboo printer. I might try Orca. I wonder if they'll work in Orca. Let's do this. Let's say no to doing that. Now I should have 3 separate files. Okay. Control Z. So now can I do this? Yes, I can. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Now I can open it. Oh, can it? And it's based off Prusa, isn't it? So it's probably not too bad. Okay. Now I can bring them all into here. Yeah. Shut up. Let's see. Align selected models. Then we group them. Then we center. There we go. Now we have it right. There's the 1. There's the 2. Let's ungroup. So they're grouped, but I can't see them separately. Wish I could change the color of each model. I mean, there's the 3 models. I see. Okay. And they're probably all the same height because it's designed for multicolor printing. Nope, those are thin. Oh, I think I see what it's doing. It's printing this color first, then it's printing this color, then it's printing this color. So I bet you these are, let's see, this one is 0.2 millimeters. Yep, 1 layer. This one is also 0.2 millimeters, and this one's 3.6. So yes, it's printing 1 layer this color, 1 layer this color, 1 layer this color. So that is, it's printing 3 first, then 2, then 1. Okay, so view, align selected model origins. I can do this. Then I'm going to group them, center them, which is going to be slightly too big, but I should be able to scale it. So 220, done. Nope. Control Z. It is a Z of 3.6. 220. Then change it back to 3.6. There we go. Center. Then what I can do here, so I can add Creality Ender 3. We are going to use retraction, coast. We're going to go 0.96, 4, and 4. We're going to do 0.2. We're going to do 4, 3, 4, 3. Outline perimeters is going to be 1. I'll explain that in a minute. We're not going to do a single outline corkscrew. And we hit OK. Control CVV. So this one is going to be select models. Is going to be just this model. And custom zones 0.2. Custom zone. That's all good. This is going to be 0.2 to 0.4. And again, single perimeter. Well, I like this workflow because it's compatible. It's something I can use. And I guess I like the way Simplify prints better than I like the way printables, not printables, Prusa prints. I think it does a better job. and I could do custom things like I'm doing now. As soon as I'm done doing this, I'll explain why I'm doing this. 0.4 to 0.6. Save. Now this might not work depending on how this model's made. Ooh, this might not work. Because this is designed to work with a multicolor printer. So this might actually break it. And then this one is going to have 3 perimeters, 3 bottom. This is going to be starting at 0.6. Okay, select models. This is going to be model 1. This is also going to be model 1. This is going to be model 2. This is going to be model 3. Okay. Now this might not work. Color 1. Excuse me. Color 2. 3-1. Now, the whole reason for doing all of this is so that I can do this. Now, this file is completely editable. I can do it anytime I want. I can make whatever changes I want. I don't know if this is compatible, though, because I think it prints all 3 files all the way down. Yeah. So I would have to make some changes to make this work. I know how to do it, but I'd have to do it. Basically, I have to remove file 1 from file 2, and I have to remove file 3 from file 2 and 1. I can show you how to do that later. It's getting late now, but basically, I have to bring these into Tinkercad, cut file 1 out of file 2, join file 1 and 2 together, cut that out of file 3, to make this a file that's going to be compatible with a normal printer, not a multicolor printer. But once I do that, I can use this exact process that I have set up here and just reassign these. So basically, I take this, prepare to print, and I would print that. Okay? Then I would come back, and I would print this as a separate STL file. And I would print. I know what it's doing. It's because it's multicolor. I know how to fix that, but it can't print it because there's nothing there. That file is only 0.2 millimeters layer thick. So to simulate it, what I have to do is ungroup. I have to take this and change it to, actually I have to Z position 0.2. There. Now I can do it. There we go. Then I would print that color, and then these two would print together, and I would print what's the problem? It's 3.6. Custom zones 4 to 6 and stop. Custom zone 6 to infinite, which would go to 3.6. So what's the problem? This should work fine. That file is Z3.6. It's 3.6 millimeters thick. Did I make sure I selected the right model? Model 1, yes. Select model, model 1, yes. This should print fine. And it's not, because it thinks there's nothing there. Why does it think there's nothing there? Okay, that's printing. Okay. That's because I don't have a multicolor printer. So what I would have to do is I would have to print this in one color, change the filament, then print the next STL file, then change the filament, and then print the next STL file. And I'd be printing those STL files on top of each other, like I did with my business card. That's why I can't have the files all existing at the same time. Ideally, the 3 color layers would all be 0.4 millimeters thick, so 2 layers. And they would all print on the first layer, and then I would print the last color for the full thickness to give the model strength. That has nothing to do with, well, it's only easier in their slicer because this was designed for their slicer. This is harder in my slicer because I'm having to modify a design designed for a multicolor printer and make it compatible with mine. Now, once I do this, all you have to do is open up this project file and you can just pick whatever you want and print it. It'll be easy once I make all the changes, and you can see it doesn't take me that long. The hard work is going to be bringing this into Tinkercad as a somehow aligning all these, which shouldn't be that hard actually. Let's try that actually. Well, again, that's only because I am printing on a machine that is not multicolor. If my machine was multicolor, I wouldn't have to do this. But I don't have a multicolor printer, so I have to print separate STL files to get the multicolor effect. Let me show you. I'll show you how easy it is too. It's really not hard. So if you're not lucky enough to have a bamboo printer or a multicolor printer that you can use the bamboo slicer with, then this is how you do it. Okay, import, choose file. Let's get 3. Import, choose file. Let's get 2. Import, choose file. Let's get 1. Okay. So, let's see. This is going to be the main file. This is the 3.6 file. Okay. Okay. What if I hide that? Hide. I didn't want to hide it all. Come on, work with me here. I'll just hide that one. Okay. So you can see the orange file prints everywhere, and there's just some areas where these two print together. The separation is not as clean as I'd like. So if I turn that into a hollow, it's going to delete all that. I think so. So I need to select both of these, copy them, and select these two and join them. Okay, there we go. Now I got the 1. they're joined. Okay. So now I paste. Why didn't it paste it exactly where I wanted it? You're annoying. You're a pest. Oh, I see now. Okay. So this gray one. Can I align these? Come on. Yes, I can. No, not quite. Nope, that doesn't work. It's just, I need an alignment pin. I know what I need to do. Okay. So what I need is this. Control D, Control D. Take this, join it. These are not exactly the same size, which is causing me a problem. Take this and this. Join it. And then take this and this and join it. Okay. Now I have these three separate shapes, and now I can align them just by doing this. There. Now I can always realign them. Okay. I just don't know which ones. Oh, I can see them better now. Okay. Okay, so I got the pink printing here. Then I have this color and I have this color. There's the three colors. So what I need is the pink one, Control D. And I need this gray one, Control D. Now I need this pink one. How big is it? Oh, crap. I have to disconnect them from that. So I should be able to do ungroup. So this gray is 0.2. Pink, I gotta figure out how you put the model together. 0.2. And this one is 3.6. Okay. So that means I should be able to take the gray and the pink, join them together, turn it into a hole, and subtract them from this model. And now I should be able to take the pink, turn it into a hole, and subtract it from the gray. Oh, I have to duplicate it still. How did I want to do that? So I no longer have two. Okay, so there's the one color. I need two of them. Okay, that should be easy enough. Take this, duplicate it. Take this, duplicate it. Okay, take the gray as a whole and attach it to the pink. Join. And then hide it. Then take the pink, turn it into a hole, and subtract it from the gray. did something wrong. Which one do I have? Which layers am I grabbing? Are these identical? I did something wrong. Now I have this one, this one. Nope. This one. I still got too many. Okay, this one I should be able to make go away. This one's done. So now I just have to deal with these two. Which one's which? That one's solid. That one's got the holes. So I need the gray and the clear. Which one's which? Okay, the clear is the solid one. Which means it's not the one I want. Let's make that one. Why would you do that? I hate when it does that. Don't do that. Okay, the pink one's the one that has to be cut out. So I need to duplicate the pink one. I need to turn it clear and join it with the yellow one. And now I need to turn the pink one clear and join it with the gray one, I think. Okay, that got me the one. Okay, I got the one layer, but I'm missing the other layer. So I inverted them. I'll do this later. I'm bored with this now. It's because I can't number them. I want to be able to print this on my printer. And even using Bamboo Slicer, I can't print this on my printer because I don't have a multicolor printer. So yes, this would load great in Bamboo Slicer and I could slice it, but I couldn't print it because it won't print on my printer. Once I figure out how to separate those files into separate compatible files, well, no, because the files overlap. And the slicer's smart enough to know, okay, use this color for this one, this color for this one, and this color for this one. That's what I'm trying to do now, but in Tinkercad, it's hard to pick the files. Actually, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Okay. That is not what I wanted to do. I hit the wrong back button. Oh, that means I lost the history. Yep, I just fucked it. Yeah, I just fucked it. Yeah, I just screwed it because I hit the browser back button instead of the I think I know how to do it now. Hang on, watch this. Okay. What I need to do is have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Control D, Control D. So I take this, and this, and this, and join, and hide. Then I take this, and which one's the bigger one? I don't think it matters. Let's grab the pink one, join, hide. Then we take all this, join. There we go. Why do I have that pattern? Okay. What's that pattern for? I don't know why that pattern's there. See that pattern? There's no reason for that to be there. It's not multiple files. For some reason, it's all in shadow. That's weird. Now, I can grab each individual layer by grabbing their separate blocks, but I can still align all the layers because I still have that outside universal block, and I can now move them as one. So this is my master ring, and we need to make these different colors. Okay. Why does it always go to custom? I never want custom, ever. Just please never show me that again. You pain in the ass. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's select them all, put them over here. You, come here. This one is already 3.6. So I don't have to mess with that one. Put you out there. Bring you over here. We're going to unselect you. Select you. 3.6. Reselect you. Rejoin. Okay. Bring you. Actually, why are these the same? They aren't the same. They're close to the same. Oh, I see what's going on. So this is going to be the first layer. No, this is going to be the first layer. This is going to be the second layer. This is going to be the third layer. Or is it? Yeah, because this has details that one doesn't have, doesn't it? What's the difference here? Yeah, the orange is the smallest. Okay, I can do this. So Control D. Then we align these two. I take gray, make it hollow, and join. Oh, wait a minute. Control D. I need another one of you as well. Join. Why did it do that? Why the hell did it do that? Oh, I know why. I'm a dummy. You have to come out here. You all have to be unjoined. Unjoined. And we want to take this one and subtract it from this one. Okay. We we gotta delete that one, rejoin these. Okay, there is layer 2. Now you two come in here. Now I need to do layer 1. So that means that this one's going to be the clear one this time. Oh wow, that's going to be really hard to do. Okay. We're going to take you, we're going to hide you for now. We're going to split. Oh, it's because it's over top of the mat. That's why. We are going to split you. We're going to make you 4 tall. Then we're going to rejoin you. Turn you into a hole. Bring you back. There we go. That's what I want. Now we take all of you. And we're keeping number 1 this time. Get all of you gone. And of course it did that. Now I can't tell which is which. I know what I need to do. Stop being dumb. What I need to do is to unsplit this one. That's the only one that needs to be unsplit. So this can hide. This becomes clear. Bring it back. Now I can join these two. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now I can delete these two. Okay. Now I need to make a combination of these two. First layer, second layer. Now I need to chop these out of the other layer. But first, I have to modify this. Let's see here. Undo. What is that? Why is it doing that? Is that a Tinkercad glitch? There shouldn't be anything here. Why am I seeing something there? What the fuck is that? Why is there 2 here? Oh. I have to join these 2 first. Unjoin. These 2 have to join together. There we go. Now I take this part. I make it 0.4. And now I join it with these. That is my layer 1. Disconnect. Make this also 0.4. 0.4. Okay, rejoin. There's my number 2. Let's see, align here, here. We control D, the whole mess. We bring it over here. We unjoin these. We join just these 2 together. We delete these 2. We join this with this. We take this. We merge these 2 together. Well, first, this needs to be a hollow. And then we merge them after aligning them, joining them. There. Now this can join with. Oh, I did it again. Hang on. this, unjoin, this. Just this got to join. There we go. Now we can join these together. Come on, why are you doing this to me? Actually, all I need to do is align it to that pin. What am I thinking? This and this. Align on this one. Here and here. Aha! Screw you. Don't ever fight me again. There we go. And we can delete that. Bring this in, align like so. It's not what I asked you to do. Do not. Why are you going away? Why are you doing that? Looks like when you click an already done point, it automatically makes it go away. Okay, so there. Now, we have our 3 separate colors. Something's not right, though. This should be a different... Oh, no, it's just this part here is a different color. Okay. Oh, I got 2 oranges. Let's change you to blue. Yeah, the orange is just the fine details. I'm going to make that something brighter. Yellow. So I can see it. And make this black. Okay, I see it. Yellow's in here. Blue's in here. The yellow doesn't have much detail. So the yellow I'm going to want to print last. I'm going to want to print... The black I'm going to want to print first because it's got the most surface area. And then I'm going to want to print the blue, and then I'm going to want to print the yellow. This way, the other parts of the print will have a boundary for the yellow to be able to stick to it. Okay. Okay. So I want black to be first. Okay, so I'm going to make sure I do this right. I have to hide these. Hide. Hide. So now we only have the black. We're going to unjoin this. That is so not what I wanted. Unjoin this. Okay, there we go. Now these two should join. Is it clear? Yes, it is. So as long as I don't move these, it should be good. Okay. So this is going to be file number 1. Export. STL. Not what I wanted. Come on. Let me pick it. File 1. STL. In case we have to modify this again, we're going to rejoin it with our pins. Change it back. Stop going to custom. Change it back to black. Now we bring these back again, and we hide the black, and we hide the yellow. We take this, we unjoin it. Let's make sure we only have one file. We do. Put it back where it belongs. Nope. Change it to file 2. Export STL. Okay. Then we can undo and bring them back together again. Now we take these two, hide them, and we have just the yellow file. Unjoin. We take this. It's going to be called file 3. Export. STL. And then bring it back together again. Show everything. So I'm going to save this in here in case I have to modify this again. But that should be it. Now, it should be as simple as dropping it in. Where's refresh? Refresh. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Shut up. Delete all of you. Edit. Align selected model origins. Group. Okay. Why can't I move that? Okay, now this is too big. So we're going to go 220. Unlink. Back to 3.6. Relink. Center. Now, this is going to be model 1. This is going to be model 2. This is going to be model 3. And which one of these is the 3.6? Ungroup. 0.4, 0.4, model 1. This will go back to model 1. Okay, so this is going to start at 0.4 since I changed the thickness. And we are going to print with 3, 3, and 3. And we can jack this up to 0.3 thickness since we don't have to be super thin for that. It's just the backing of the model. Okay. This does not need any of this. And we're using one outline perimeter to make it as neat as possible. Again, this does not need custom zones anymore because now the files are correctly edited. Custom zones no longer needed. There. Now we're done. Save factory file. So we print this one. And it's going to print. That is incorrect. Why is it doing that? That is not right. Oh, yeah. Duh. This has to stop at 0.4. Duh. There we go. There we go. So that's the primary color. We need to skinny down the skirt to 1 millimeter, one outline. Additions, 1.2, one outline. Addition, layer, 1.4, one outline. And this one does not need any skirt at all. There we go. Print. So there's our first one. We save that. Then we print our second one. We print that. Why is all that there? I'm pretty sure none of that should be there. Or is that supposed to be there? I don't think that's all supposed to be there. Oh, I can't print a skirt on these. That's going to cause a problem. Yeah. I can only print a skirt on the first one. Because the skirt's going to change size. There we go. So now we print that part. And then we print this part. And then we print this part, although this can be all printed together. So these two layers can be printed together, but I wanted to show you this one. It's only going to print that for 0.4, and then it's going to print this for the rest. So this will be layer 1, layer 2, then layer 3. Now that's not printing over thin air because the other two colors will already be on the print bed. And the reason I did this is so that the first layer only has a single perimeter. That's going to make your colors look a lot nicer. But then for strength, once it gets to the third layer, it's going to use 3 perimeters for strength. When you're doing a color fill like this, a single perimeter works better. You get a prettier model when you do that. So that's it. I can print that now. And now this is a project file that you can scale, you can play with, you can do whatever you want with it in whatever slicer you want, or not what slicer you want, whatever printer you want to use. But now this is a individual color multicolor print that I can print with anything. And so I'll probably upload that as a remix, so people who want to print this using a regular multicolor printer can do that. And then you can make whatever changes you want to here. And of course, if you have a regular a multi-tool, it'll be pretty easy to modify this to change print heads to do whatever you want. So there, that's all done. So, not too bad. Well, the problem is there's an overlap, and the slicer, the bamboo slicer, knows to automatically boolean the parts that overlap. So basically, the way he there's no way for me to do that on my printer, and I don't think I'll try it. I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way for me to tell the bamboo slicer to output it the way I just showed you, so that I could do it as separate STL files on my printer. I don't think there's a way to do that. There is in Prusa, yeah, but Prusa doesn't work because the 3MF file doesn't work with Prusa. Is there a tutorial how to do that? Because, I mean, this wasn't very difficult to do. You saw how quick it was once I figured out my mistake. Once I put those pins in place, it took, what, 10 minutes to do everything? But if I could do it in 1 minute, I'd rather do that. Oh, yeah, it did open up in Prusa Slicer, didn't it? Yeah, it does open up in Prusa Slicer. Really? Can I scale this? And then unlock 3.6. Okay, relock. All right, now we are scaled correctly. So how would I do this here? Bring up the chat on here. What the hell? Menu, file, export plate as STL OBJ. It's going to output a single STL. That's going to merge all the files together. Okay, Prusa doesn't. Oh, but here's what you don't understand. The files aren't that separate. Watch. See? See what I mean? The files are the same, except for different areas being missing. So this file is the same outline as these two files together, and this file is this file minus some sections. So the slicer has to be intelligent enough to know, okay, don't print this here, but I do want to print it inside the eyes here. Okay, so file, and I have export, I have G-code, plate, and whatever these are. I know, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I have no doubt you know how to do this. I just got to figure out how to understand it so I can do it. So all I have is export plate as STL OBJ. Prusa can't? Okay. I guess we can install it. I don't know. Well, Boolean in Prusa is going to have the same problem as Boolean in Tinkercad. You need to Boolean 3 times, which means you need 6 files, not 3. You see this file needs to be Booleaned from this file, but the combination of these two files needs to be Booleaned from this file, and all 3 of them need to be saved. So if I Boolean these 2 files together, it's broken. It won't work because I still need the other file as well. Basically, I need the inverse of both. You know how when you cut a file in Prusa and it says keep both or just keep the top and bottom? I need to do a Boolean but keep both. So is there a way to do that? If the slicer can do it, yes. Let's see. Convert, fix, merge. Nope. What about out here? Fix, convert, reload, merge. Nope. I can't. I don't see any Boolean operation in here. Save, free slice, repair, edit. Nope. I don't see that in Prusa. Well, let's try Bamboo. Bamboo slabs. Woo, 200 megabytes. That's a big boy. That's a lot of crap being installed. Jesus. Some random Chinese speaking guy is gonna go, what the fuck is on this guy's computer? Ooh, rockets. Oh man, they don't blow things up. That's boring. Yum 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 yum. Only mean people. Remember, good people taste like crap. Next. No, we are not going to associate. You're going to leave my associations alone. Come on. Taking forever. Where'd it go? There it is. Well, I'll never stop using Simplify 3D until it can't do something I need to do. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, hang on. I understand the workflow. I know how it behaves. I understand how it works. And so why in the world would I learn a whole new slicer when I know exactly how my slicer works? Yeah, I am, but first I'm going to configure the printer. Let's see. I can do multiple? Cool. Ooh, I don't have that one. I have this one. That's the same as the CR6SE. That won't matter, but I'll add it anyway. Chiron. It's missing most of them, but that's okay. Oh no, here we go. Eligoo, Prusa, Cheaty. Oh. I guess mine's too old. They don't have my Cheaty printer. Let's see. And that's all I got. Okay, good enough. Whatever. I don't need the network plugins. I don't have network. Cheaty makes good machines. They're loud as hell. They're annoyingly proprietary, but they're solid machines. I have the Guider 2, the Cheaty Guider 2, and it is just a badass machine. Noisy as fuck, but man, it's just nice. Okay. So I should be able to. Here it is. Open in Bamboo Studio. Come on, open in Bamboo Studio. Here we go. Import into Bamboo Studio. Always allow. Open link. Oh, it opens up a whole new. I'll have to be careful with that because it's a resource hungry slicer. Let's get rid of that one. I said get rid of that one. taking its good old time. It's not that big. The only problem is, I left the chamber closed while printing in PETG, and the plastic got soft and started wrapping itself around the extruder. That was fun cleaning out. The network plugin is for connecting to a bamboo printer. I don't have a bamboo printer. Okay. Let's try it again. Open a Bamboo Labs. It's not liking me. That's pretty stupid. Like, that's a seriously stupid design decision if the network plugin is required. How do I even install it? Um, I'm Groot. Let's try. Oh. Oh no, it's online. It's able to see this stuff. If it needed the network plugin, this wouldn't work. Really? You skipped the S? Really? Are you kidding me? You're right. They're stupid. That's a seriously stupid design. Oh, and I need a login. Thankfully, I already have one. I'm pretty sure this is what it wants. No. That's an ass backwards design. Now, why didn't that network login required pop up when the other part was doing it? Oh, interesting. It's printing the top two layers. Would you look at that? That's actually smart. Matter of fact, I'm going to invert mine and do it that way. Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Print the 3.2 millimeter bottom layer first, and then you won't have any bed adhesion problems by the time you get to these layers. That's the right way to do it. Okay, now how do I do the export STL files in here? Or wait a minute. Can I just tell it to print on my CR6SE? Use modified value. Okay. Now, how do I change the part? How do I change the size? How do you select all? Control A. Okay. There's no place for me to enter anything. I'm assuming I have to go to one of these buttons to get to scaling. Click. Well, there's no scale option. Oh, you said right click. Let's see. That's arrange. That is place on bed orientation. That looks like split and copy. That looks like scale. There we go. So we're going to go 220. Let it change that. Disable uniform. Oh, nope. We got to reset this. 4 millimeters. Okay. 220. 220. And change this back to 4 millimeters. Okay. Now we have the right scaling for the Ender 3, CR6SE, etc. Now, how do I export 3 separate G-code files to be able to print this on an Ender 3? This is definitely the right way to do it. I was doing it on the bottom layers. I need to flip that and do it on the top layers first. Let's see. Ungroup, 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 ungroup. Well, it's not in here. Split, split. Split to objects. Okay. Now we do the file export. All objects as STLs. Select this folder. Okay, why does it... Okay, here it is. I'm guessing these are the 3 files. Let's see what they look like. Nope. Those are not valid. It gave me the exact same files I had before. Yes, but these will not work in a regular slicer. These are the exact 3 files I already have. Can I boolean in here? Okay. Now what? And how do I differentiate between these files? How do I remove the first two? How do I tell it to pick the first two? They're all like mixed together now. And I'm telling you, Boolean's not going to work. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to work. But I'll try it, but I can already see it's not going to work. Global, global, global. I can select oh, no, can't do that. What do you mean by global? Keep only large letter, remove the first two on the left where global is written. Global. That's under process. Global. Objects. There we go. Okay, that's a toggle. Okay. Hey, they're colored. That's cool. So now what do I do? I have the three objects right here. If I delete the colored ones, I'm deleting the STL file. You understand that, right? Okay. Now there's only one STL file with no separation whatsoever. All the designs are gone. Right click. Add negative. Add negative part. Okay. I assume I go to load. Which one do I subtract? Can I select both? I can. Do I select both or do one at a time? Okay, that did not work. They're not aligned anymore. It basically just did what I did in Tinkercad. It created this piece here. Let me undo what I just did. Are these going to have the same origins? These are not the same shape, so they're not going to center align. So there's no way to do this in the slicer. I'm just using the slicer as Tinkercad at this point. Delete. Right click. Add negative part, load. I guess let's do 5 next. Nope. I do 1 and it still comes out here. I think I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to do what I did in Tinkercad. But I just don't see that working. Because files 5 and 6 overlap. Maybe for another file, but not for the way this one is. You see, the problem is these files overlap. they share space. See here? See how they both have the shield? The bat body. It's actually the bat's wings, but it looks like a shield, so I'm calling it a shield. Do you see how they both have the shield? I don't know. But you can see it's got the same outline and it's missing sections. And the slicer is going to be smart enough to go, okay, these two are occupying the same area, so I'm going to print this in one place and this in the other place. Or no way. I know what it's doing. They don't overlap. I know what it's doing. I just figured out what it's doing. Oh, that's why it's 4 millimeters tall. Oh, this is way easier. This is so... I don't have to do any Tinkercad crap. This is so much easier. And you cannot do this in Prusa. This will not work in Prusa because Prusa will not let you print positive layer. There are 3 separate layers. 3.6 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 equals 0.4 or 4 millimeters. Oh my God, this is so obvious. Okay, that's your base layer. That's your next layer. That's your next layer. Yes. Okay, so all I got to do is take this and print it at 3.6. Nope, wrong one. I need this one at 3.6 and this one at 3.8. Oh my God. It's okay as is because it's a separate layer. There's no overlap. Oh my God, why the hell didn't I think of that? Then edit, align selected model origins, group. This is so easy, it's ridiculous. And then this is going to be, there is no zones. I don't need any zones at all. Select model 4. No zones. Oh, this is, oh, okay, now totally changes everything. It totally makes sense now. Yes. Yes. Point 2. Yes, yes, yes. This absolutely totally makes sense now. I am so dumb. I did not realize what they were doing. They're printing the big block, then they're printing the second color on top of the big block, and then they're printing the third color on top of those 2 colors. They're not making it. The way I did it would be a nicer print because your top would be smooth. There'd be no separate layers. But this way is a whole lot easier. Remember when I did the Jurassic Park logo, how I was able to print the whole thing perfectly smooth without separate color layers? Because I printed all 3 colors on the same layer. No, you can't. Or maybe you... Prusa won't let you set the layer Z height above the print bed. Prusa won't let you do that. It's one of the reasons why I can't print some of my models in Prusa Slicer, because it will not allow you to raise the model above the print bed. It won't allow negative space below the model. Unless there's a way to do that. Well, no, that's what made me realize it, is that in Bamboo... let's do that again so I can show you what I mean. Can I undo all this? Okay, in Bamboo, this is what I didn't realize. Yeah. Stop it. It's 4 millimeters thick. That's what clued me in with what was going on. And also this, it's on the top, not the bottom. So it's printing the white first, and then it's printing the black on top of the white, and then it's printing the orange on top of the black. Oh, I'm sorry, no. It's printing the orange, and then it's printing the black. So it's printing the white, and then it's printing the orange, and then it's printing the black on top. You can probably even see it. Come on. Why can't I rotate you? Rawr. Yeah, see? See? Actually, it looks like it's printing white, orange, white again, then black. I don't know why it's doing that. There's no reason to. No, that's just that's an artifact. You can see in here. See? It's printing the white, then it's printing the orange, then it's printing the black. Now that makes a whole lot more sense. Oh, that makes so much more sense. It's not a multicolor print. It's a multi-part print that has different colors. All right, a multicolor print is multiple colors in the same layer. This is just doing what we used to do. Stop, change color, print the next layer. Stop, change color, print the next layer. It's just doing it in automated because it's this. Oh, I would do it the same way. I would select that one, and that would be the first STL file. Then I would print this one, and that would be the second STL file. And then I would print this one, and that would be the third STL file. That's wrong. No, I guess it's okay. Yeah, orange then black. It's printing the black on top of the orange. That's right. So this is what it would print. Yeah, I would print the first file. Now what I would do is in this here, I would do this. Scripts. And then we do ending. And then here, this here turn off bed, I'd remove that. I would take that one and remove that. I would come into here to scripts, ending, and I would take the turn off bed. And again, I would turn that off. And actually, you'd want to turn off the extruder too, but you're just going to hydrolyze the plastic if you're not there to change it. And this way, it would print this one, and then it would leave the bed heater on so the part doesn't pop off the bed. I would come in, heat the nozzle back up, change the color of filament, print file number 2, which would be in the different color. And then it would, again, leave the bed on when it was done printing, because I took that away in the ending script. And then I would print the third file, which would be the final color, and then it would turn the bed off because you're done at that point. Now, the way I did it is more difficult, but will look nicer. The way they do it is a whole lot easier. I can actually do mine inverted. I can do that. That would work as well. It wouldn't be quite as clean, but it would still be smooth. The difference is this is going to have a stepped change because you're going to have a 3.6 millimeter white layer, and then you're going to have the 0.2 millimeter orange layer on top of the white, and then you're going to have the 0.2 millimeter black layer on top of the orange. Doing it my way, all 3 colors will print on the same layer. And by doing that, I would rotate this around so that this zone here was over here so the printer could home. And by doing it my way, all the colors would be on the same layer. So it'd be cleaner looking, but it'd be more difficult. And you'd want to add hop so it doesn't crash into that already printed part. So yeah, okay, this makes so much more sense now. Now, how do you do this in Prusa? Okay, so here we are in Prusa. How do we do it? Well, I guess I need to import the correct files because these are the wrong files. see here. 4, 5, 6. There we go. It automatically aligned them. Okay. Oh yeah, so okay, but color by layer, yes, but that was with a solid file. These are 3 separate files. Although it's separate layers. What am I thinking? I swear to God, I'm dumb. All I have to do is export this, and then Prusa Slicer will work. Or from Bamboo, same thing. I just have to export it as a combined file. And yes, this should work in Bamboo. Because what Prusa cannot do is it can't do this with it being separate files. Because watch, I'll show you what I mean. Let's see. See here, position. It will not. I need to make this 3.6, and it won't let me do that. See? It puts it back. Nope, you can't do that because they're all on the bed. So you'd be merging the files inside themselves. For some reason, he did not correctly, for whatever reason, the Prusa, the file, the Z origin is not correct on the align selected origins. So that won't work. Because for some reason, the Z origin is not correct. Or Prusa Slicer is ignoring the Z origin and dropping them all to the bed. But the file that I just made will work. Because I put them at the correct height. See? Oh, I don't see it. Why don't I see it? Why does it look like they're not? It's not correct. Did I screw that up somehow? Ooh, ungroup. Oh, it got reset again. That's my bad. So 0. This needs to be 3.6. There we go. See how now it's raised up? This needs to be 3.8. There, see? This is what you can't do. See how you have these different layers? Prusa won't let you do this. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. You have another way of doing it? Let me try that. I'll try it. Okay, hang on. Because I would love to know how to do this in Prusa. Okay, how do we do it? Prusa, you select all the pieces. You right-click and you go to Merge. Okay, now they're merged. Then you unlock. What does unlock? Unlock. Now it'll let me do it? Son of a bitch! So you just have to merge the files, then it'll let you dick with them. 3.6. Son of a bitch. Okay, so there's an extra step. You have to merge them first. You wouldn't believe the wank-ass ways we were trying to come up with to trick Prusa Slicer into letting me stack files. Because he wouldn't do it. Okay, so you merge first, then you can manipulate the Z height. Huh. What do you know? Do I have a pen? I need to write that down. Of course I don't have a goddamn pen. I'll add that to my notes. Okay, that worked. Now I can change the Z height. Before it would not let me do that, but now... Okay, so once you merge it, then it'll let you lift the part off the bed. Cool. That's good. That's fantastic. It does it by the middle of the item? Oh, is that why it was 0.1? What? What the? That seems like an ass backwards way of doing it. So since it's 0.2, I have to go 0.1 further. So I have to do this 3.7 and this 3.9 because it's middle of the file. That's why it let us. That's why it's because I know why it's doing it that way too, because it's based on Slick 3R, and Slick 3R is old code. Prusa did not make this slicer. This slicer is based on an old open source slicer called Slick 3R, and so they are stuck to that original skeleton of Slick 3R, that original base code. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense actually. Okay, well, hey, I'm learning a lot about Prusa Slicer today. So that's exactly what was happening. I bet you the model, or I wonder. Ooh, I wonder. Do I even have to do this? Will the model origins now be correct? Edit. Group. No. Okay, so for whatever reason, the files he have do not have the Z height in the model origin. Somehow Bamboo knows where it's at. My guess is when he exported this from Bamboo, it did not save the Z height as part of the origin data. Or, no, even if the slicer put it on the bed, it would, see, they're all at 0, 0, 0, 0. And this file needs to be at 3.6. And this file needs to be at 3.8. And now you get the correct lineup. So for whatever reason, the Z height model origin is being lost somewhere because neither Simplify 3D or Prusa is acknowledging the Z height. Yes. Well, you got to remember that was impossible in Prusa Slicer until you show me the merge trick. Prusa Slicer will not allow you to raise a part off the bed if it's a separate part. I didn't know about this merge trick to allow you to do that. But until I merged these, Prusa Slicer would not let me do that. What I ended up having to do was to drop the model through the bed, merge it, and then re-raise it back up to the bed again. That was the only way I could do that. And I can only do that 50% the height of the model. So it was a real pain in the butt. I didn't know about this merger trick. That makes so much more sense now. Okay, that makes sense now. Interesting. Well, Simplify, same problem though. I did align model origins and it still didn't do it. But I'm pretty sure it can do it. Let's find out. Right here. So I should be able to. Okay, as long as I only mess with the Z height, I should be okay. Let's do this. Control D. Okay, unlock. Delete all of these. No, I don't have to delete them. I can just leave them there. Okay. Now I should be able to do this. And then do a mirror. There we go. Okay, now we have this. But why don't I see separation of color here? Do I have two pieces that are the same color? I must. Stop doing that. Okay, that's not right. Yes, it is, because I did a cut. Okay. But the inside of the bird here is supposed to be a different color, isn't it? Yeah. So how did I miss something? I'm somehow missing something. No, for some reason, I'm missing something. Like I'm missing a layer. For some reason, my layers got merged. Yeah, see? See how this includes the feet, and it shouldn't. It just means I screwed up somewhere when I was merging them. When I was creating these files, I messed up somewhere, that's all. Okay. So how do I want to do this? So I should be able to... I don't want to delete my original files, so let's bring in new files. Let's bring in... I just want to try to do the smooth top one. I just like smooth top. Okay. This should be white. This should be white. Stop doing that. That'll work with multicolor, but it won't work with this. I'll show you why. Like the bamboo slicer might be smart enough to do that with the bamboo slicing software, but that will not work for same layer because there's overlap. You can't have two colors occupying the same space at the same time. You have to cut one from the other. I'll show you what I mean. Excuse me. Okay. Let's do that. Then you, we're going to change you. Stop doing that. God damn it. Orange. And then we're going to raise you to... Of course, it won't let me do that, you son of a bitch. .6, which should place it on top of that. Yes, good. And then this one's going to be black. Import, choose file. I don't have to double merge with this one because each one includes the previous one. Well, I have to double merge differently. That's why I lost part of the white. Okay. Please stop going to custom. Why does it always go to custom? Probably because it was a custom color. Annoying hag. And really? Really? You're going to go off the screen? Come on, work with me. Work with me. 3.8. Oh no, the origins didn't line up. Shit. I'd have to go back to the original files to do this, because these origins don't line up. Is there any point where they do? Yes. Okay, so I can line them up here and here. There. There we go. Okay, that's what it's supposed to be. Now that's easy enough just to print. All I have to do is save these as individual files. And let's see if it keeps the origins. Let's see if it does it. Well, first, let's scale this. We are already scaled to 220. And we are already scaled to 4. Okay, we're good. Actually, I probably should make this 200. At least 210. 210. Raise it back to 4. Okay. And that should bring this back to 0.2. Yes. This one should be 0.2. Yes. Okay. Okay, so this is what they're doing in Bamboo Slicer. Now, I want to see if they keep the origins. So let's get rid of all these extra files. File 1, 2, and 3. Goodbye. Now 3 is black. Orange is 2. And white is 1. Export. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Refresh. No. Now that I know what they're doing, this is easy. I'm trying to figure out if Z model origin is being lost. Okay, edit. Align selected model origins. Group center. No, see? Model origins retained. So there's something wrong with his original files. So most likely when he exported this from Bamboo Studio, it did not preserve the Z height origin as part of the files correctly, because when I exported this, Z height is retained. And that means it's probably going to be retained in Prusa Slicer as well. Let's try it. Let's see, delete. And then merge. Nope, it loses it in Prusa Slicer as well. Can I align model origins while merged? How do you align model origins in Prusa Slicer? Because Prusa Slicer is losing the origins. Simplify 3D is holding them. So it's working fine in Simplify 3D. But not with the original files. I had to resave the files with the correct origins. So his original files, for whatever reason, they're losing the Z aspect of the model origin. So this aspect here, the fact that these are layers, that's being lost in the original files. When I resave them, it's not lost, it's correct now. In Bamboo, it worked correctly, yes. I'm guessing this was made in Bamboo Studio. So it worked perfectly in Bamboo Studio. And now that I've corrected the Z origins, it works perfectly in Simplify 3D. It does not work in Prusa. But yeah, the original files that work, this is perfect. This is exactly what it's supposed to be. This is what it should do when we load it into the other slicers, but it doesn't. Well, yeah, if I load these as separate STLs, Bamboo will probably correctly recognize the what in Bamboo you mean? They don't have a common center point, so that might not work. But you mean try to load the 3 separate files? Delete. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Single object of multiple parts. I'm assuming I hit yes to that. Yes, that worked fine. That appears to be working correctly. And then I should be able to change the color. Nope. Change. Yeah. Yep. There you go. That worked fine though. When I loaded the 3 files as a multi-part. Okay. Delete. Okay. Let's do it again. And hit no. Nope. It lost it. So when I do them separate, it loses the origin. When I do them as a multi-part file, it kept the origin. So now you want me to do a center. What do you mean by center? I don't know what you mean by center. There's no center option. One model only, no center option. One model only, no center option. It looks like they're aligned on X and Y. They're just not aligned on Z. Yeah, see? 0.2. Its position's not being changed. So where's this center option? Or do you mean a button? That's grid plate, auto orient, auto arrange all. I know we don't want to do that. Variable layer, move. I don't see a center option. Cut. Supports. I did right click, buddy. There's no center option. That's great. Because it's already centered. That's why I didn't see it's grayed out. Which makes sense because it's already centered. Yep. But that only centers it on X and Y. That doesn't center it on Z. Well, I needed to move it correctly on Z, and it's not. When I tell it to do, it's a multi-part file, yes, it does it correctly. So if I delete all, and I import it again, and I say yes multi-part, that's exactly what it should do right there. No, that's not going to work. Not the way you think it is. For a multicolor printer like this, it might work, but for yes, the Tinkercad method, but that's much easier in Tinkercad. I'll show you why. So, in order to be able to grab these files, let's join these just to make my life a little easier. Okay. Now, what I need to do is I need to take this and I need to actually, the easiest way is to make them all the same height. They are centered. The problem is you have to create 2 of each file. Watch what I do. You'll see what I mean. Full screen to make this better for you guys. Okay, so I need to cut the black out of the white, but keep the white and the black. So the easiest way to do this would be to, the last layer is black. So orange has to come up 0.2. 0.2. Okay. And white needs to be a full, that's incorrect. White is 3.6, so it needs to be 20.4. That did not do what I wanted. Why? Oh, I did a move. No, that's right. Move is correct. The black and the others lined up. Why didn't this one line up? It's still too low. What did I do wrong? I know. Hang on, watch. So orange, let's just go the other way. It's going to be easier. That might actually be really important. Let me call her. Yeah, Michelle. Yes. What's up? Uh-huh. Good. Okay. Yep. Yep. Good. Okay. Now keep in mind, you're gonna piss a lot when they put you on that water pill. You're gonna pee like crazy. For about, yeah, because your body's trying to get rid of all the excess water. This water pill is gonna speed that up. You're for like 2 days, you're gonna pee like crazy. Yeah. Okay. I know. Okay. Yep. Good. No, that's good. They're doing something. They're finally doing something. Okay. Yep. To motivate them. Good. 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 Okay. I know. I know. She's doing it now, though. She's getting it done. Okay. You got it. Okay. Do not call her unless you absolutely have to. Okay. Bye. Okay. Alrighty. So, how did I mess that up? I think I need to disconnect these. I think that was part of the problem. Yeah, there we go. So I need to make this one 4 millimeters tall, and then I need to take all 3 of these and align them with the top. Where's my top? There it is. Align then with the top. There. Now they're all aligned with the top. And then I need to make sure this is at the 0 point. Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Really? 0. There. That's what I expected to see. All nice and smooth now. Now the problem is getting my parts selected. So white needs to merge with this one. Orange needs to merge with orange. And black needs to merge with black. This is so I can select them. So now they're all merged on the same top layer. Orange is going to print second. Well, no, I got to start from the top. Black prints last. Because remember, orange includes black. So I have to Boolean from the top down. Okay. So I need just the orange. So I take this, I duplicate it. And I make one of them a hollow. Now they're both occupying the same space. So I should be able to take the black. The black is the top layer. What am I doing wrong here? Let's get rid of the white, get it out of my face. Okay. Let's get. What did I do? Okay, there is the model. That's the black, which I need to subtract from the orange. That subtracts from this. Okay. But I still see black. I shouldn't still see black. Yes, I should. Okay. So now we have the black there. And now I need to take the black. That's not right. Why is it doing that? What am I missing? I'm missing something. My brain's getting a little fried. I'm trying to do the really smooth one where it's going to have a nice smooth top layer instead of that stepped top layer. What am I forgetting? Oh, okay. I gotta do this with this. Why is it still there? The black should go away, unless this is a layer mismatch. I bet you it's a layer mismatch. Let's do this. That does not look right. Okay, how do I separate these two? There it is. That's that one. this and okay, so that's that's the right layer. That's what I need right there. What I need to do is make this thicker. I think Tinkercad was leaving a tiny piece of the model behind, so it wasn't fully correctly merging them. I then have to disconnect these two. And then I have to merge this one with this one. That's it. That's the problem. Tinkercad was doing some funky stuff. Okay. So these should be now smooth. Yes. This should be 0.2. What is that? Oh, it's because of that. This should be 0.2. This should be 0.2. Okay. Yes, okay. So those two are now correct. Now what I need is to Control D. And that means I can delete this now. I need to Control D these, merge them, and then change their color to blue. Raise it, bring back the white, turn this into, we'll separate the white from the post, turn this into a hollow, take this and join. There. Now they should all be smooth. Yes. Now they're all the correct height. Okay. How big is this? 210, good. All right. Now the total should be 4. Wait a minute. 20. One of these is still connected. Orange, white. So we got to separate that. I thought I already got rid of that. Separate that. There we go. This one and this one. There. That should do it. Okay. So now it'll be at 3.8. $190. Now I'm going to want to rotate this 90 degrees so that my home zone is clear. Okay, white prints first. Now let's see, I want to save both of these so you can use both methods. So file 1 S. Let's do 2-layer. Layer. Layer. And then we're going to do this one smooth. Now the only problem with this is you cannot do this on a printer that homes in the center. If your printer center homes, this will not work because your printer is going to crash into it. export, file 1 smooth. Okay. Then file 2 smooth. It's going to be the orange. I think the reason they do this is so that the black doesn't bleed into the orange when you do the color change. Because I would print the black next, but I see why they would do the orange first. Because otherwise you might get some black inside your orange. And then file 3 smooth is the black. Okay, so now when you bring these 3 files in, you get the step. Okay? And you print white, then you print the orange, then you print the black. If you, however, do it this way, oh, Jesus Christ, stop doing that. This way, edit, align selected model origins, group, center. Now if you do it this way, the top is smooth. Watch what happens when I pick them separately. Ungroup, damn it. See? Now they're actually inside of each other. See that? So now your top layer will be completely smooth, like a injection molded part that's multicolor. See? So it'll print this first, which is actually the whole entire thing. Okay? And then there's going to be a part not printed, where it'll then come back and print this. And then it'll come back and print this. And if you move them apart, you'll see what I mean. See? See how there's these indentations in the model? That's where the other colors fit. So this way will get you a perfectly smooth top. And the other way will get you steps. I'm surprised you didn't do it this way, because the Bamboo Labs would be perfect for doing it this way, since it's a multicolor printer. This way is much harder to do. Let's see here. So select models. We're going to do layer 1. Select models, layer 2. Select models, layer 3. And now something else that I would do is I'm going to split this into a multi-process. Let's see. Just because I want it to look extra clean, variable settings wizard. And we're going to separate this at 3.8. Add. There. So this will be, let's see, 3 perimeters, 3 top and bottom layers, 0.2 millimeters. However, this will be 1 perimeter and 4 top layers. Doesn't matter, 3 is fine. Now the reason I do that is for this reason, and this one should already be set. Layers 1. We don't need 4 bottom. Yes, you can do that, but you have overlap. And you got to hope that the slicer deletes the correct portion of the file when it merges them. It might be able to do that, especially since it's a multicolor printer, but he didn't design these files to be Boolean cut. That's why I had to use multiple Boolean merges, because these files were designed to be layered, not cut. Now, the reason I did this split in 2 layers is for this reason. Nope. Oh, I did that wrong. Delete. This is going to be 1. No zones. This one has to be split. Tools, variable, 3.8. Add. This one has to be split. And then this one will be 1 outline, while this one will be 3 outlines. And infill will be 20% is probably okay. Now here's why I did that. That's so that when I do this, okay, you see how it has these empty areas that aren't printed? That's where the other colors are going to go. But the reason I did that was because I want the top layer, the parts that are exposed white, to have a single perimeter. By having a single perimeter, I can make it look very pretty. The perimeter looks very different from the fill. So by having a single perimeter, the fill will look very nice. And when you go down, however, you have 3. So you don't have that problem when you're raising it up. I wonder why I did that. That's weird. Why is it doing... What? Oh, I know what's happening. I think I need 5 top layers because of the difference in the layers there. Let's see if that gets rid of that weirdness. Yeah, I think that got rid of it. Yeah, no. I still have the 1 more top layer. Okay, let's get rid of another one. I shouldn't have to do that, but for some reason it wants me to. So 6. Oh, I'm doing the wrong ones. Derp. I was doing bottom. There we go. Looks like I need 1 more. Yeah, 1 more. Top. 6. Top. It's not doing 6, but for some reason it's making me do it. I don't know why. It's still doing it. What would happen if I did sequential? I'm probably going to have to do a double zap. It's going to make me do a double zap. I hate when it does that. So what I have to do is take this, Control CV, and take this, and set this for the other one. It's really annoying when it makes me do this, but whatever. Make sure these did not select that extra one. Nope. This is a bug in Simplify, where even when you tell it to do sequential, it still merges the layers for some reason. What? You asshole. Why would you do that? Because you're a dickhead. Asshole. I gotta group it, then center it, I can leave it grouped. That's fine. Now what the hell is... Oh. Stupid. Go away. Thank you. Pest. Know a bit more how to do it again in Bamboo by lowering and subtracting with another Boolean tool prepared on 2 plates. Yeah, maybe. That would be helpful. Yes, there it is. Okay. There's the top layer. There. That's correct. See, now it's all solid, 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 solid. That's what I want. Okay. So now what you can see here, so the yellow area, that's going to be the parts that are white. So the whole thing's going to print white, but the only part of the white you're going to see is the parts here that are yellow, because that's the top layer. All this green is what the other colors what the other colors are going to print on top of. And so I can't show that. There's no easy way to show that in here. So I would print this file first, then I would print the second file, then I would print the third file, and I would have this done on like an Ender 3 that can't do multicolor. I don't think I could print this on the CR6 SE, because the CR6 SE is going to try to home right here. And I think, I mean, if I move it up here, the nozzle might clear. I'm not sure. The only way to know would be to try it. But I suspect the nozzle is going to hit the model. I don't think there's enough clearance there for it. Something else you can do is add Z-hop to vertical lift 0.4 to these, just so it doesn't bump into it when it 0.4. This way it doesn't bump into those parts when it goes to print them. Well, the problem is, how do you zero? The CR6 SE does automatic bed leveling, so it's part of the G28. That's why normally what I would do is I would rotate this 90 degrees. Yeah, but if it's not in the right spot, it's not going to print right. What I would like to do is move the homing spot a little bit forward of center. So make the homing spot a different location instead of the center. But that might be built into the firmware. And see, on the Ender 3, it homes right here, so it's all open. Although I'm probably going to print this big on the longer LK. Yeah, it's annoying, very annoying. But what I'm probably going to do is do this on the LK, because really, I think there was a mouse in the box right here. I really don't want to print this small. If I'm going to go through all this effort to print this, I want to print it big. So 400 by 400. It's just not worth my time to print a small one, I think. Well, this is made to go on the corner of a door, so you don't want it too large. But well, what I can do, group, I can do this. Yeah, screw you. Now what are you gonna do, punk? um, let's see. Now let's scale it. This is the biggest dimension. So let's do 295. And then bring it back down to 4. Center. There we go. Well, actually, that's got a big nozzle on it. Can I get away with... let's see, 3.8. What can I evenly divide 3.8 by? I want to use the big printer. But this would look a lot better with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. This would look a whole lot better with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It'll have a nice smooth top. So I would much rather do this with a 0.2. So I'm going to leave it at 0.2. Let's see here. What else can I do to speed this up? Let's ungroup them. Well, first thing I can do is I can make this one 0.3 millimeters. Oh, no, I can't do that. I can't actually do that. It has to be evenly divisible. But I can make that work. I can make that work. 3.8 divided by 0.3. We are over. So I need to go up one layer. That's going to be 12.6 layers. I need to go 13 layers. So 13 times 0.3. That's 3.9. So I need to go to 3.9 millimeters. So I need to increase the height of the white part by 0.1 and lift the other two parts by 0.1. Oh yeah, initial 0.2. I could do that too. Maybe. 12 times 0.3 plus 0.2. Yes, that will work. So 0.3 with an first layer height of absolute 0.2. Okay. Let's make that 10 millimeters per second. No, that's pretty slow. 15 is fine. With a 0.4 nozzle, it's fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Dragos. That was a great idea. I don't have to scale anything, which could be a real pain in the ass. Let's do a 3 millimeter separation and 2 perimeters, since I have the space now. Which means I should be able to do this. I'm still 4 millimeters, so none of my settings have to change. Good. Good. Yeah, I see no problems with that. 9 hours, that's not too bad. Good. Well, I'll have it on a power backup. Nice. Okay. And that'll be nice and big too. And it will, what is that? Okay, design. And it'll take 107 grams. That's not bad. Plus the other layers, which is going to be like 10 grams, if that. Good. So let's do this. Let's export that. Well, I gotta get a printer set up. I don't currently have a 334 with a 0.4 nozzle. File 1 smooth 334. So I know it's for a 334 printer. That one good? Yes. Okay. Then we're going to do 2. No. It's because it's floating in midair and it doesn't realize that that's okay. I wonder why that's green and that's... I wonder why some are green and some are... Oh, it's counting it as bridging. What the hell? Why would it do that? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I want to turn it off because it's changing the direction of the infill. Advanced. Thin wall, slicing, nope, other. Let's identify bridging sections turned off. There we go. So that is the orange. So you see it's floating up in the air because it's going to be printing on top of what's already there. And you can see here, single perimeter. Normally, single perimeter is a bad idea because if it messes up, you're going to have a problem. But because it's printing on top of plastic, it's not going to mess up. And that single perimeter means the infill is going to look super clean. Okay. File 2 smooth. 334. Same thing on this one. Turn off bridging. Print. Yes. What about more height? That's easy enough to do. I don't want this too thick. It's going to just waste plastic for no reason. There we go. And there's all the black. Nice. Export. File 3 smooth. 334. No, it won't be. That's one of the reasons why the colors are the way they are. Okay, that's easy enough to do. I can easily make it thicker if I want to, but I don't see any reason to because it's printing orange on top of white, which means the orange is going to show up just fine. And then the last color printing is black. Black is opaque. That won't be a problem. So it'll print just fine. If these were similar colors, then yeah, if these were like, closer together colors or translucent colors, absolutely. I would do at minimum 2 layers, maybe 3. And that's not that hard to do. But there's no reason to. These colors are both opaque, and the darkest one is printing last. So it should not be a problem. It should print just fine. In fact, we can probably test that. Yeah, here's a sample print. And that looks fine to me, right? I mean, this is a guy who actually printed one of these. And that's a single layer of orange and a single layer of black. And that looks perfectly fine to me. So, I'm okay with that. Now, what might be fun at a future date would be to make the eye holes for the bats holes. Like, have that hole go all the way through to the bottom so there's no eyes at all. And then put red flashing LEDs inside the bat eye holes. That'd be pretty cool. Simplified 3D has ironing built in. So and it's better than Cura, way better. It doesn't look plasticky. But Simplified 3D already has refined top layers. So I don't have to worry about that. I mean, all you have to do is look. You might not be able to see this on the camera. But if you can see inside there. Nah, you can't see that. But yeah, Simplified 3D already does a very, very nice job on top layers to the point where ironing in Cura looks like crap. Maybe with enough fine tuning you might be able to get it right, but I've always hated ironing in Cura. It looks very plasticky. It makes it look like the top of your model is melted, which it is. It's what you're doing. You're running the hot nozzle over it to melt that top layer, and it looks like shit. I've yet to see an ironing example that didn't look plasticky and crappy. I mean, a few look okay, but it just, I don't like it at all. Simplify 3D does a better job. And Prusa Slicer does a pretty decent job too. I've noticed the top layers that I get out of Prusa Slicer are pretty nice too. Which means, since Bamboo is based on Prusa Slicer, it'll probably have pretty decent top layers too. But yeah, that should print just fine. I'm not worried about that. Knife kitty! Here's somebody saying that the black would look better with more layers. Do you know how to cheat? Do you know how to make everything thicker by cheating? You'll love this. Actually, it's pretty easy to do. Let's see. So the way I would do that, if I wanted to double up on those top layers, I would that's how I would do it. Okay, it's not so easy to do in the slicer. That was my first thought, and I think let's try it. I think that'll work. So if I take the group and I turn off this, and I make this 8 millimeters, and then I go -4. Now I'm back to my 4 millimeters, but everything is and this is going to need thicker. No, it's a separate part, so this should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. So this should work. Let's try it. Print. If I double the height and lower it by half, I should still end up at 4 millimeters, but all of my layer bindings should still be intact. Looking good. Yes, there it is. So now we have 2 top layers. You know something? You're probably right. That probably would look better, and it wouldn't take that much extra plastic. This only added 1 gram of plastic to the total model. I'm okay with that. And it only added 4 minutes to the total print time. I'm okay with that. So yeah, we're going to do that. In fact, we do have to make one change. This needs to be, let's raise this up a little bit more. Let's go to 0.6 Z-hop, just to make sure it clears the print. Okay, you're right. It's easy enough to do that I like the double layer. It'll also help fill in those corner gaps that you get when you print to a corner. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Export. This is going to be file 1. Did that not do what I wanted to do? Nope, it did not. Okay, export. File 1. Yes. Print. We should be 2 layers. Yes. So what happens is, you notice how you have these little gaps here in the corner where the filament can't get? Well, the underlayer below that will help fill that. This one it doesn't. So that's going to be a gap no matter what. But that's just, it helps fill in some of that, so it should look a little smoother. So yeah, good idea. I like that. 2, yes. Oh, did I screw that up? I think I might have. And make sure we're 2. Yes, we are. Export. 3. Yes. And just in case, we're going to do this one again, because I think I may have saved the wrong file. No, I didn't. It was on the bottom. Okay. Okay, we're good. That's it. So now I can print a, oh, we're slightly out of bounds there, but I better fix that. Or that's going to come back to bite me. Let's go 1 millimeter. Oh, that's, did I shift that? No, that's centered. Oh, why are we back to this size? How? Oh no, we're right. We're right. Okay. Yeah, I did it as a group. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. I thought it made the bed smaller again. And now we are in bounds. Okay. That should be okay. I hate it being that close, but I think it'll be okay. And file 1. Yes. Okay. So I print the first one, print the second one, print the third one, done. And this one will have a smooth top. It won't be stepped. Takes a bit more work, but now anybody can do this. I can simply include these G-code files, and you could load this onto any 334 printer and print this just fine. Yeah, go ahead. Ow! Man, that hurts. Okay, here we are. We are loaded. Yep. Oh, you the original file? Hang on. Let's see. Delete. Let's go back to here. Back to here. Open in Bamboo Studio. Import into Bamboo Studio. Oh, I forgot. It's going to open up a whole new one. Okay. You know, I might actually print that 8mm thick. The advantage of printing it 8mm thick is I might be able to get away with PLA. With 25% infill, and as long as it's not in direct sunlight, PLA might survive just fine, especially since, actually even 4mm. It's going to be winter time. As long as it's not, okay, here we go. Now what? How do you make a second plate? Add plate. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I do remember seeing that. Now, it's underneath the fucking cursor. Mesh Boolean? Okay. So just remember that's there. All right. Okay. We shouldn't have to. Let's leave it at 0.2 for now. Because we already know how to easily do that when we're ready to slice. Subtract what with Boolean? So just select all three and then do this again? Why did it make that go away? Oh, only the object being, okay. So now what? Union, difference, or intersection? For both of them. How? I can't do that. The Boolean goes away when I do that. Oh. I got to pick it in the viewport. That's going to be tough. Okay, so I want to select the white. Okay. And then subtract the orange. 4 and 5. Yes. Difference. Oh. Okay. Control Z. 4, 5. Delete input. Difference. Okay. White. Black. Delete input as well. Okay. Now let me guess, we're going to do a Boolean between the black and the orange over here. Okay, so we're going to select this plate. We're going to select the model. We're going to select Boolean. Which ones do I pick? I'm just going to subtract the black from the orange. So orange first. The only problem is now you're missing the black. So we need to do this 3 times. Undo. Okay. Don't delete. Okay, so it's going to keep both. That'll work. There we go. All right, now what do I do? Oh, how do I bring them together? Figure move the white over here, move the black and orange over here. So delete this white. Oh, delete the whole thing. Undo. How do I replace that white? Can I do just this? Yes. I should be able to do this. Yeah, but how do I line them? Or is there a replace option? Yeah, but how do I align them? I lose alignment if I do that. Export this one, the one we edited. I think I know what you're doing. Hang on. Export as 1STL. Bamboo Lab. Bamboo Studio Test. Okay. I think I know what you're doing. I go here. I go to replace with STL. And BS test. Nope. Still doesn't align. I know what you're trying to do, but it doesn't align them. And I mean, manually trying to line this up, yeah, that's not going to cut it. It's also, what the fuck? It's the wrong size now. How'd that happen? It changed the size too. I know it needs to happen. I need to put this over here, but man, aligning it is going to be tough. And it dropped the other parts down to the bed. Why is it changing the size of this when I export it? Why is that changing size? That's 251 by 227. That doesn't make any sense. Let's try it again. Export STL PS test. Yes. Let me try just bringing it in. That lined it up. No, it didn't. It's still. Let me try that again. It's not lining it up. It's the correct size this time, but it's not lining up. I wonder. Let's see. I can't export this. It won't let me export this. Why won't it let me export this model? Once I do the Boolean, I can export as 1STL, which will export everything. Is there any way to delete that? Yes, I can. So what I can do is this. Nope. Okay, I can delete the white, but then I can't delete the Oh no, the white's still there. No, there it goes. It's gone. So I can delete the white, but then the I can't export. Well, I can export this, but I need to export it as two separate files. Control C, and then Control V. Nope, still doesn't align. The alignment's the problem. Oh, wait a minute. What about that other thing you had me do? Center. Yeah, but when I do that, it drops the other two fucking models to the bed. Although I guess we could just change that, can't we? It's a pain in the ass, but it works. Excuse me. It's not working. It keeps on. Oh, because it's moving them as a pair. Why is it not allowing me to move the black one? And then see, it's at one point it tries to treat them as the same file, and at another point, no, we can't raise them because when I raise one, it moves the other. See, I raise the black. Now the black is in the correct position, but now they're not centered anymore. There we go. Now the black is centered. Now the orange is centered. Now watch what happens when I bring the orange to 3.6. It drops them back down again. See? I try to raise the orange to 3.6, it drops it back down. Now if I raise the orange to 3.6 again, that works. But now when I go to raise the black to 3.6, it drops them both back down to the bed. So there's a bug somewhere in there. It's because it's treating those models as the same model. So there's a conflict. No, I can't merge them because then you won't have the separate colors. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean merge this and this. Merge. Aha. Okay. That might be why. A conflict between the merged and unmerged. But no, I wasn't manipulating the white, though. But that worked. There you go. Okay. So just like Prusa, you got to merge them. Okay. Now, this is probably not going to work on all models if the different layers do not have a common center point. Because center is the wrong command. Align is the correct command. I think the only reason these work is because these three models have a common center point. Although the orange does not have a common center point. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's doing something else in the background, but it worked. Okay, that took a long time. And that was a pain in the ass. Although now that I know how to do it, it would go faster. But why are these still separate layers? Why is this orange even there? That orange shouldn't even be there. Oh, they're intermingled. But that orange shouldn't be there at all, though. We Boolean cut that. Yeah, see? That's wrong. That's incorrect. That won't work. There's too much orange there. Something, for some reason, the black didn't get properly cut from the orange. Looks like the black worked correctly, but the God damn it! But for some reason, the black didn't cut from the orange. Weird. I wonder. Can I do it again? Let's try it. So I want a difference. So I think we need to start with the orange. Go to the black. Keep the difference. Okay. Nope, I still see orange where it shouldn't be. That orange should not be there. They're all the same height. 0.2, 0.2. They're the same height. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's still there. What the hell? Okay. Well, the only way to do that, not what I want you to do. Where's the scaler? Scale. We do not want to do uniform. We want to select the black model. Black model. Let's make it 2 millimeters thick. Okay. And then let's move it down so it overlaps the orange. Okay. Now, let's do a Boolean. Select orange. Select black. Difference. Difference. And the orange is still there. So it's not working for some reason. It's just, it's not doing anything. Why isn't that doing it? See, it's still there. It should not be there. Just for the hell of it, let's try the reverse. I can't delete. I need both. Difference. Nope. It just refuses to. It will not Boolean the black from the orange. If you knock it off, it just won't do it. Black goes away altogether. For some reason, it refuses to do it. Let's try the other way. and the orange goes away altogether. Okay, so it won't do it. I think the only way we're going to be able to do this is to do one at a time and export them and then re-import them. I think it's because you've already conducted one Boolean operation and it doesn't want to conduct two. Or it's getting confused by trying to conduct two Boolean operations on the same part. Something's going hinky there. It's treating the parts like they're one. Well, like I say, that looks pretty good just in black and white. But yeah, I would probably have to Boolean export, re-import, Boolean export, re-import, Boolean export, re-import, and then merge. That's probably what you'd have to do. Which I could just do in Tinkercad in less time. Oh, yuck. Only takes a couple seconds to put up alignment jigs in Tinkercad. But yeah, this is pretty neat though. I still want to play with this more. Hey, I don't mind. It's fun, and it's going to be a very popular slicer, so I should get used to using it. Okay. What else they got on here? Kruger. Oh, someone did different colors. Ooh, somebody did that in a glitter. Nice. That's cute. Huh. That's a pretty one. There's a witch and a cat, some bats. Let's see if there's any more neat door corners. Hi. Ooh, that's a pretty one. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like that. Download 3MF. Actually, I should download STL. No. I want to keep the customize. He wants to walk across my keyboard so bad. Oh, you can change the colors, I guess. Yeah. It's just so you can change the colors. Yeah. I like this one. So I'm going to save that one. Oh, nice. Here's a whole bunch of just regular ones. Wow, some of these guys put out some really nice stuff. Makes you wish you had a bamboo. Oop. Yeah, that one. I saw that. I like that. Some Mickey Mouse. Closable cat corner. That's pretty cool. That's nice. Especially if you now see this here, I wouldn't bother printing this in multiple colors. I would print this in black and white and then just take a paintbrush, literally in less time than it would take to change the roll of filament. I could just paint all those a different color. Something that simple is not worth doing multicolor with. Well, unless you're doing unattended. If you've already got a printer with the color set up, then yes, it makes sense. Oh, that's going to be popular. Where I live, hummingbirds are popular. I keep doing that. Well, it can't be more than 4 because that's what a bamboo is, 4 color. Unless you add AMSs together. Now see, that's a nice use of multicolor. But again, I could paint that just as easily. But that's a nice use. I like that. And just mirror it if you want to do both sides. That's not bad. For just a simple 2 color, that's not bad at all. Minions, nice. Oh, I love the kitty cat. Another pumpkin, some ornaments. That's good. That's pretty good too. So is that. That's a mix of the lights and the Grinch. Oh, jeez. Another ghost. And now, where these would really be ideal, especially if you're going to paint them, is if you laser cut them. Oh, wow. You're in Romania. Holy crap. But yeah, I could see cutting these out of plywood and then painting them. Some of these are pretty nice. Little Deadpool. Stitch! That's actually nice. Yeah. Actually, you want a really nice way to do that would be to print the top in color, laser cut plywood, and then laminate. Well, we got busy. We started having fun. We learned some things about Prusa and bamboo. That's nice. That's a nice one. Oh, God, that cat. I like the simple pumpkins. That's actually really nice, and it's a 2 color. You guys can see this, right? Yes. Attack on Titan. Snowman's pretty nice. You too, Dragos. Thanks for showing me all that. I learned a lot. Even that's pretty nice right there. around here. You know, people are patriotic. That would probably do well around here. See you later, Dragos. Thank you. Ow. Ugh. Pie. Well, that's actually pretty cool too. Little corner hat. That's nice. That's kind of cute. Aw, that's cute. Hmm. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to skedaddle. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it. Don't forget, you want to support me. There's PayPal down below, Amazon affiliate links, all the affiliate links down there, and there's, of course, PayPal. And I will see you guys later. And don't forget, if you know of any legitimate work from home jobs, I don't care I don't care if it's $10 an hour. Let me know. I need some jobs where I don't have to be standing on my feet. So I'll see you guys later.